Okay. Okay, the game is making. Actually, I've just discarded the start, but I don't know if anyone's in Fluffy Cupcake. I'm probably a little early for less celestial cat to be online. We'll see. Let's have a peek. I forget, I'm super early at the moment. I am so used to streaming this at the other 9 o'clock of the day when everyone's logging off, going to bed. We'll stick with Andrasa. We'll do the dailies, and we can think about whether or not we want to grind dungeons on the new character later. I've got a new ranged sorcerer, a ranged DPS. And I've set aside 4 hours worth of XP scrolls, and I figure that's enough to get me maybe to level 40, maybe high 40s, if I can get a pre-made group so that we don't have queue time. But that's something that's going to require a bit of planning, because I do really want to get as much done as those 4 hours as possible. Not just something I'm going to spring randomly on someone like, oh, hey, do you want to do 4 hours of non-stop grinding? That takes a bit of planning, organizing. Not today, but we can log in. I did get the new character crafting certified because I do want to be able to not really craft, but honestly, they were just quick, easy missions at the time. But I want to have different characters that I can log into that have crafting skills high enough to a certain point where I can pick up resources. Of course, Master Crafter is going to be max skill level for everything. Having a second character I can log into that's 8 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 4 out of 10, so on, gives me the ability to go actually collect resources instead of paying. If for some reason someone logs in and says, oh, I need a champion point 10 necklace, and I don't have any of that material, instead of paying however much that costs on the market, I can just log into a different toon and do the normal run I would usually do, go get the materials myself. It's a bit more legwork, but I don't hate legwork. I really kind of enjoy just the scenery in the game isn't good enough that I kind of want to go out and just explore. Even if I've been there before, I've done laps of High Isle so many times now collecting resources. But it's a plan, and I think I'm gonna stick with having different characters at different tiers of crafting so that I can go get stuff myself. The easy answer is just take my Master Crafter out, find one ethereal dust, and then pay for everything with the one ethereal dust. That's the easy answer, right? But I don't know, it seems like a plan. I mean, it's also kind of one of those things that's like when I'm out on a different character that isn't my Master Crafter, I'm still going to naturally run into those resource nodes anyway. Naturally just gathering them over time, whether I need them or not. Generally speaking upon it. And deliberately aiming to have certain tiers of ingredients just means that I get a good inflow of most things required to craft at any level. I do think I'll have a cutoff. I think I'll stop. I'll have a character go as far down as CP10 and not below that. I don't think I'm going to be grinding out resources. So level 40, level 30 character level. You level up so quickly, and this is something I'm finding now. When I'm actually focused on getting XP as quickly as possible, like I was with my high-off sorcerer the other day, you can do it in a couple of hours. You can get to dungeons unlock within 4 hours, and that's like average questing. I have another of those already. But once you get dungeons, you pop an XP scroll and just run like mad, non-stop through them all. Within a day, you could probably get a character up to max character level. What do you mean? I picked an alchemy writ up and I've already made the potion. It's happening more and more where I just have stuff on me that I've already made for daily writs. I'm finally at the point too where I'm getting master writs from turning these in too. I figured I was being level gated from that a while ago, because I'd always heard people say they're doing the daily crafts to get master writs, and I'd done a couple of dozen by that point, and I was just going, I don't have any. There I was buying terrible, terrible master writs off of guild stores, not knowing. Oh, hey, we have Triune. Okay, Triune. It takes 10 days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, and 50 seconds. Oh boy. Okay. Aaron? I agree. Do you have clothing one day, blacksmithing one day? One day only? 8 counts without a notice. Instant all, instant blacksmith, 2 instant clothing. Each of them are 1 day. I need a jewelry one though. What's the bet there is no jewelry crafting speed up scroll? They've made jewelry so painfully slow and I don't know why. The only one that's been insufferable to try and level up. But I finally did it. Finally got to platinum. And I have a ton, absolute ton of Master Crafter writs that require Triune. They're all sets as well, so I may have to get Protective and Harmony before I can do certain sets. But I'm almost at the point where I can turn in maybe a couple of hundred Master writ, the Crafter writ tokens and start buying some of that stuff from the shops. It's an investment in my future, but it's been painfully slow trying to see that investment through. I will get there. I will persist. I planned from very early on to make a Master Crafter, and I do intend to see that through, but it has been so slow. Oh, very tall. Oh, he's gone. Is that all? Have a look. Woodworker. There's one. It is a harmony trait, so we'll have to do that in one or less days, depending on if we can. I've said too much. I'm gonna be quiet. It'll be nice and rewarding to get all this done, but a lot of it is just gonna take. We have I think we have 4 places open on the guild store left. Although honestly, I'm kind of running out of things to put up for sale. I've gone back to hoarding my crafting goods. And I've not found things besides... I've got a couple of style sheets that are kind of pricey. But I've put myself in a bind too, where I'm actually now gunning properly for Master Crafter. Which means that I kind of need those style sheets. Hey, sealed woodworking writ. Ruby Ash Shield, 7 writ vouchers. They're not that valuable. Purple quality, trait invigorating, Might of the Lost Legion, style Bloodfall. I'll have to find out. Got an alchemy writ too? No. Oh, an easy daily. My game froze. No, you know what? Ember can stay out. We're just gonna physically walk over to the bank. Do we have anything worth selling? Probably not. Crystal Column gaming set stolen. Gold Coast treasure map stolen. We can go to the gold... Oh no, this is the one I don't know how to find. That rock over there looks like it's part of a fort, but that's the only clue I have on the location. And there's so many forts in the Gold Coast that... Well, there's like 2 or 3. A couple of collapsed roofs. How much did we get paid? I didn't actually read the notification. 50 gold for the red card style. I'm surprised I can even prompt someone to buy these. Long fin sold for 700 by the looks. 10,000 on the doofish. 10,000's not.
Did you see the Colossus Ball?
I actually didn't. Alright. What's in the bank? It's all my stuff. I need to prompt someone to come here and pick up this cheap stuff. I put something up dirt cheap the other day. What was it? I put something... Oh, it was Ruby Ash. I put Ruby Ash up so cheap and no one came and bought it. I didn't have. Only a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna be annoying again. I have Nordcast, Reveal's Best, Heart's Day, Old... Oh, this one we actually... Alright, I'll keep the blue. Old Hegarth, Heart's Day, Reveal's Best, and Blueprint Nordcast. Nordcast Cargo, this... Running out of space again. It's... Shouldn't be. Let me check. Shouldn't be... Looks still clean. Got some mouth mead. Heart's Day? Oh, what was the other one? Reveal's Best, Heart's Day. I've already forgotten. do wish that you could just press Y to stack, but I don't have. I don't know if that's locked by the. Seems a little that just a little silly that simply stacking is reveals best. It looks like the recipes of it. We just have a lot of extra stuff. Hello, we'll get 10 spaces back. Oh, that's okay. Can't read. Old Haggith. Oh. Lemon. Oh. Give us 5 spaces back. Don't let it get out of control. I still don't know what it is, and I assume I do everything wrong. Let's just put my stuff back in my bank. Oh, and all my other research too. I haven't done any of my regular research. I only did jewelry. Remember, I thought I was taking stuff out. Oh, maybe. Exemplary infused. We can take those out. Hey, I bought jumbo mushrooms. I'm gonna put those at the house. They look so cool. Right. Busy work. It's the one thing I'm very self-conscious about doing busy work in MMO. But I really don't mind. I do busy work in every I play. It's not just MMOs. I can't blame the genre when I do this in Fallout, Valheim,
Craving a
Daggerfall.
seaside retreat, but don't have the
Everything I play, I'm doing the same thing, pottering about, doing nothing. Just because it's an MMO doesn't... Let's put those exemplary rings up. They average 2,000, but I think I can just ask 500. I have been impulsively buying jewelry at 500 or less, honestly.
Did you see what happened? An earthquake destroyed the Colossus.
And I think massively undercutting the market on them is not terrible, because once you've got the research done,
I can't believe that.
you can't really disencraft.
Hello there.
Oh my, disencraft. Disenchant is not the word, but I keep saying disend instead of decon. It's deconstruct, not disenchant. 9, welcome in. How was your game with Wumpy? Did you end up playing 7 days? I think I saw Wumpy in 7 days before I booted up ESO. Suggested is 779, so I am going to massively undercut. Assumedly, what's the minimum? 200? 500 ain't so bad. Put them both up for 500. I think 1,000's a bit overkill. Hey, I have another Redcraft guard. Hey. Style motive? Oh, and I have fish. Okay, well, we have a lot of bank space free to make sales. Suggested is 253. 7. Just gonna 200 per fish. Oh, I wasn't selling these. Oh no, I wasn't going to sell these because you can get perfect row. Perfect row is worth what, like 40k? No, 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 no. Hang on. We're keeping the fish. That's an oopsie. Can I take my fish off the market? That's gonna look terrible on my sales report, taking stuff off the market. But I don't care. We're not selling fish. Change of plan. Oh my, okay. We have, you know what I'm gonna do? Because TTC, this is gonna be terrible for my market report is gonna look absolutely horrid with all of these. But minimum 300, suggested 726. New Moon Priest swords. I'll leave that up there. My idea is basically going to be we'll leave everything as it is, even though some of it is steep. What was I asking for these? I was asking $4 for tea. Yeah, the bonanza price is me, but the suggested is way below. We're overshooting the market massively. I'll let them. I don't want to let. I need good prices, good markets. So, what does this do? An ingredient for crafting armor with the intrinsic trait. We've got 100 left over. I kind of want to let them lapse. This stuff is priced fine. Suggested 5. We've got 200 up for. Oh, hang on. Is that 10 each? The value has dropped significantly in less than a month. I know I put dwarven ingots up for super cheap. And they've dropped since then, apparently. Quite a lot. I usually undercut the market. That's my whole game plan. Even these suggested 10. Has something happened? I don't know. Suggested 5. That one I matched. We've matched the banana. Well, the bonanza prices are just 70 cents above suggested. This is 0.4 cents above suggested. 0.4 coin. I'm really surprised. There's our cheap sandy ruby out, which. How is even the sanded ruby ash above suggested price? Was I undercutting the average? Yeah, I'm undercutting the average, not the suggested, which is probably why none of them are selling, because I'm looking at the wrong number. 10 is undercutting the average of 12, but the minimum is 1 per sanded ruby ash, and the suggested is 8. Well, I've got a couple of plans. It's not a perfect plan, but my idea. Have we got stuff up there today? Yes, we listed that today for 500. So, what I'm planning, I think, that every 2 days, every day, when I do my dailies, I think I'm going to list a new item. So I've got the rings back. We're just going to hold on to those. And we'll put one thing up a day just to refresh something on TCC. But it requires someone looks for an exemplary ring. To be fair, if they're looking for the exemplary ring, maybe they'll pick up the mid-tier pricing crafting resources I've got. I did not realize I was looking at the wrong number when I listed those. That's a little embarrassing. Alright, but I'm gonna have to disappear off to. I'm gonna have to go visit friend's house. No, I don't have a woodworking quest, do I? No. Add Might of the Lost Legion in style Bloodforge. I don't think I have Bloodforge. No. We have New Moon Priest. Oh, this is a shield. Priest, Sunspire, Dremora. Right, okay. Well, we're banking that until we get more style, I think.
Ah!
I agree. Do we have anything else we can make though? We're getting Triune, so a lot of these jewelry crafting things can disappear soon. Oh, Elder Argonian and Stag's Zen. Don't I have them? Ruby Ash Inferno Staff and Elder Argonian. Inferno Staff, Ruby Ash. Wait. No, I remember last time I played I came to the conclusion I actually have to go buy some of these things from what was called a war salesman?
Deposit?
Well... Oh, I don't know if any of those have sets. On since last night. This doesn't. Well, you would have. All of your tunes would have the same house, right? I never tested that out while I was on my secondary. Since I still own the house, I can bank furniture. Wouldn't you technically just be able to visit the same place? Like, you can switch characters, and if you've bought a house, it's just on your account, not on the character? Oh, yawn out of nowhere. What's that all about? Well, the fish? Well, hopefully we'll still make money from fish, but I'm gonna collect a couple more and we'll harvest them all to see if we get some perfect row. Apparently, I have a direct pipeline to sell perfect row personally in the guild. I don't have to use the guild store, I can just trade coin via mail. So Oh, you know what I didn't do? Research. It's fine. Clothing station. Wow. Wow, we got jute scraps. I spent half a day on my new tune and I have 68 jute and 43 warhide scrap. Right, we have 2 research slots. 2 days, 2 hours on the breaches. Let's put a short one on 6 p.m. When will I be on next? 16 hours? You know what? Yeah. 16, 2 days. I want a 5 day. Very reinforced. Smith. 5 days. We'll take another 16 hours. 8. 16. That's it. Right. I guess I'll take 2 16-hour ones then, because I'm probably not going to be on in 8. I'm going to be on for a while tonight and then sleeping. Shield. We have training, invigorating, and Nernhones left. Oh, they tell you where to get them. Okay, we'll look up where we need to get the one we need to get a bit. Decisive. 10 days. That's the only research we have for woodworking. Alright, we need to do dungeon runs just to get more stuff to research then. Jewelry is set. Is that it then? Only 4 stations? Yeah. Right. Now, I was looking for H. At Heartland Conqueror. I can't have companions here. Can we do that yet? Oh! Great harmony. We don't have harmony. Research to unlock harmony. We have the materials, not the knowledge. So, I'm in a bit of a bind to do, kind of. I don't need the quest active to make the item. So I can make all of the Triune items that I need ready to go. But the next research next week is going to have to be Necklace Harmony. Do I have Necklace Harmony set ready to research? No. I don't. Alright. We have 10 days to find a Harmony necklace or buy one. But that's fine.
Hello there.
Trait Harmony. Nope. Trait Triune set. Trait Infused. 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 I'm not even looking if these are necklace. Otherwise, like... Do we have infused? Harmony. Alright, we'll put all necklace back. I'm taking all of anyway. Ring set Oblivion's foe. Ring Used. Bring Triune. Because if we can make Triune now, I think stopping us is the material. And great, I guess. Platinum ring. Great. Bloodthirsty we have. Plus Triune. Bring Triune. Bring Harmony, we don't have. Necklace. We have a lot. I don't know what necklace stuff we have next though. Did we have anything on the necklace to read? I check. Nothing. We have no necklaces. We bought all rings. We have the complete set of rings. Nothing in necklace. Ashen grip. Yep. There it is. Necklace of ashen grip. Ring of ashen grip. Triune. Dawn prism. Dawn prism purchased from war researchers. That was the thing I had no idea about. From a war researcher, I have a hunch it's PvP. But I'm going to need maybe 30 of those. I don't see a PvP currency though, or a token. There should be a way shrine outside.
Please, I was once like you.
Alright. So, I need to find out what a war salesman is. I know! These guys here, they sell that stuff. Go find out. Hey, Subaru, welcome back. You haven't missed a whole lot. Trying to figure out. There's merchants. Merchant, furnisher.
The things I...
Okay. They take alliance point. Right. You don't normally have two furnishers unless they sell the different. It's cheap. Battleground supplies. Oh. Okay. How many of those did I say I needed? The good news is that they sell for about 30,000 on the market. Cash. How easy is it to get these alliance points? Do you get like 1,000 premium battleground supplies? I guess that's it. Okay, so do you have to win to get the daily bonus reward? To earn the daily bonus, your team must finish first or second. If third place doesn't get the bonus. Do the premium battleground supplies give you many alliance points though? Normally the login bonuses aren't that generous, and these ones gave me 4,000 a pop. If the login bonus gives you 4,000 alliance points a pop, surely then... I mean, what, comparatively, what, you got 20,000 septums? That's not enough to buy you a single, like the equivalent price on the market of the same item, that, Triune trade. Oh no. If it scales the same... Then do you get like 5,000 per battlegrounds? Or just like 1,000 or something? It sucks because a lot of the people I know don't play. couple of Evan Hart people. Seems like a decent spread within the guild, at least. Celestial is out married Dominion, though. That doesn't stop us switching to the other account and grinding those dungeons and getting to level 50 and then doing dungeons with her on my sorcerer. Everyone else is Evan Hart, though. Hey, look at that. Oh my, what? He added me back? Guys, I'm famous. He added me back? No way. Oh, I never noticed. Oh my word. Young Scrolls is on my friends list. I'm famous. Let's hope he never finds out I stream. Oh my word. That's something I was not expecting. I think... Okay, game plan. I need to figure out my next hour. We're gonna go fishing for a little bit. Means Ember. You're unfortunately going to have to. I think we'll either exhaust our bait or we'll fish, not for the whole hour. I think we'll do 2 spots. The drop rate is for perfect row. We'll head north. We'll try and find a fishing spot on the coast. Once we've done 2 fishing zones or run out of bait, harvest all the fish. And if we get perfect row, put that on the market. No, perfect row. We have a direct sale channel. We don't need the market. We can bypass. But we have to get it first. Oglos over there. I still am so skeptical about needing the extra keen eyes to get alchemy ingredients. This is just visible, but that's one of the easy ones. It's a large, giant, blue plant. Of course you can spot that one. What's less easy to spot is the columbine. Nightshade. Even... Hold on. Having Ember around just to deal with angry mobs. Columbine, Nightshade, Blessed Thistle. That's the other one. Blessed Thistle is sometimes super hard to spot if you don't catch the off-color green. I used to think it was the difference between 2D and 3D. Because you look at these. They rotate when you move around them. They act differently, and you can catch those differences when you're looking, just glancing across the screen. Normally, that was enough, especially here in High Isle, to get me through most of my alchemy grinding. But I went to a couple of other maps the other day, and it seems like that's a High Isle only thing, because the other maps had 3D flowers. I mean, well, so does High Isle. Sunflowers here have a mix of 2D and 3D in them. Which is why, because I was using that basically as a rule of thumb. If it's 3D, you can go pick it up. I went to places like Vardenfell. Where else did I go? Gratwood. I don't think I paid much attention to Gratwood back then. Somerset has a lot of 3D plants. It's honestly super, super pretty. But it threw me for a loop because I kept seeing plants that were 3D, running up to go collect them, thinking they were new, and they were just regular plants. It's not like 3D plants aren't common here in KHAJIIT. It's just that they stand out visually distinct as something you can't harvest. That being said, I do feel like I miss a lot of Nightshade. And a fair bit of Columbine has probably been passed over by me in my time. Blessed Thistle doesn't seem so bad anymore because you can catch the colour difference. But I'm even like just trying to hunt for Nightshade and Columbine now. I can't see any. And that's the part that makes me wonder. Like, I know how close together these nodes spawn. I mean, you've got one, like, just for example, when it's not alchemy, you have the node there, cornflower here, log there, and another node over there. This is a high... Oh, this isn't a log, that's ancestor silk. Same colour, I'm close enough. Hey, another daily. I need to check my weekly endeavour. There's rubidite. The bright red stuff, super easy to find. That's not my problem. My problem is the stuff that blends in with the grass. Even if it is 3D and the grass is 2D. Let's actually get this fishing started if we can find a spot for it. This stuff is so close together though. That's what makes me worry that I am walking over a lot of things I shouldn't. Especially because over time, I've actually got quite low on my alchemy ingredient quantity. I'm finally at the point where I'm making more potions. Sorry, that I'm using more potions than I'm making. And the thing that makes me worry is like even actively trying to look at anything in the ground that looks out of place, I'm still not seeing it, which makes me wonder if, you know what? I've got enough spare characters that I'm going to burn a point. I'm going to burn another character's skill point to get keen eye for alchemy and actually find out. I don't have to waste a point on this character, especially because I'm done trying to reset this character's points. I've finally got the character points in a place I'm happy. But I need to see if the keen eye for alchemy magically makes so many more things pop up that I was running past, or if there really just is not a lot of alchemy stuff out. Mushrooms. The mushrooms are fine. I can spot mushrooms. It's not that I don't even know what they look like. I know what Nightshade and Rubidite... sorry, Nightshade and... Oh, but there's a good example. I spot that. I didn't realize it was Columbine, but I did spot it. That's Columbine. Smaller flower, not so easy to see, especially when it mixes in with the purple stuff here. When I find Blessed Thistle, we should have some more Blessed Thistle if we head more to the northeast. There's usually a lot more alchemy ingredients around that way. I swear I'm cold-blooded. Isn't cold at the moment. It shouldn't be. I think I'm cold-blooded. I don't even mean that as a joke. I just have terrible circulation. I'm sitting here in 4 layers of clothing, and I'm just resorted to turning my heater on because I'm just, I can't stand. It's not, and again, it's not like, oh, it's cold. It's like, no, 80 degrees outside. 30, 28, 25 or something if you're Celsius. It's not cold. I know people from Scandinavia that get super hot and sweat a ton when it's like 30s Celsius. There's nightshade, purple flowers. Tiny plant. The colour isn't too different from the grass around here, so it does blend in a little better. But not impossible to see. Purple flowers, distinct enough on their own, that if you're paying attention you can find it. But again, I found these things now. We found columbine, and we found nightshade, but I find so few. That's where I'm wondering. It's like, it's the feeling that I should be finding more that makes me wonder if I am missing them. Because I do. I feel like I should be finding more. I can do a lap of High Isle, and I will find maybe 100 ruby logs. I might find 20, 30 butterflies. There's wormwood. I don't struggle to find wormwood. Maybe that would be a good comparison. Maybe what I need to do is instead of measuring it against different crafting types, because wood and jewellery nodes, blacksmithing nodes, they're all different. The enchanting nodes are probably easiest to find and one of the more common. Oh, I almost didn't see the lady slot. I think that's another log over there. Maybe what I should be doing is comparing my ability to find nightshade, lesser thistle, columbine against other alchemy ingredients, like wormwood. There's boglos. Because honestly, I don't feel like I find that much more wormwood than I do nightshade or blessed thistle. At which point, it meets the same standard of quantity, I guess. I guess it would just be nice to have everything highlighted so I know for certain though. If there's no highlight, then I'm just good. So, yeah, it's not there. I mean, what do we have? Do we have a filter? Herbs and flowers. It's not even like I haven't found my fair share along here. Look at this. There's tons of herbs and flowers for alchemy through this area. So I'm definitely finding them. I'll live without it on this toon, but I might grab it on my sorcerer. Because I'm not going to be dumping points into crafting skills, I might grab my keen eye stuff and just find out. You're okay with heat, but cold is what you can't stand? I am the same. I mean, like I said, I'm sitting here for Fahrenheit users.
Serve the crew of the dam.
Wait, must I? I'm sitting here 80 Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius, and I'm freezing. I don't know what's wrong with me. I really do think it is bad circulation because I just can't stand being this cold. Please don't get to my toes. Good. November healing me. November healing me and I got stunned right as I was dropping too low. Oh. 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 Oh, rotation of heals. That stun is so annoying. I know there's a tell on their character model, I'm just not paying attention to it. That's it, when they wave backwards like that, it's a stun. But at least this time, I'm self-healing. Okay, you... Okay, I get it now. You have to actually, go that way, and I need another... Patience. Next thing. Better when I actually healed myself.
All will serve.
Better. We still haven't found Blessed Thistle, but that's weirdly enough, despite not having any flowers. Oh. Blessed Thistle is taller than grass and it's a different colour. It's more of a vibrant Irish green than grass green. Columbine. See? I can spot it. Not terribly useless at it. It's just that I feel like I'm getting less than I should. Yeah, this must have been a bit of dry patch of grass. Now all I need is Blessed Thistle to round out the trio of hard to spot alchemy ingredients. Sigil portal. Everyone else back away, it's mine. An Auric Amber! We just got the whole thing, we didn't even get the material. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, we can now make 2 of whatever trait that is. I forgot. I forgot what trait it is. Oh, a giant mushroom. It is intrinsic trait for the jewellery. That's good, because I've got a couple of intrinsic crafting things on me. Why am I here again? Because I don't have... Yeah, okay. Because I need to spend $30,000 to get the thing. You know what? Actually, I think I can strike up a deal. Apparently, Perfect Row is in very high demand in the guild. Instead of payment, what if I trade in materials? I'll trade the Perfect Row in exchange for the Triune trait material. There. It's about a $40,000 loss my way. If I get 2, then it's a $10,000 loss, but I'll take the loss if it means I don't do PvP. Although, having said that, We take, you know, the money works fine because then we can just buy it on the market anyway. Sell it any which way. Don't particularly matter so long as we can get the trade item some way or another. Goodness. Brought you back, Amber, just to watch me steal a thing. Are you impressed? Oh, so glad. Just call in a friend like, hey, check this out. Check this out. I found this thing. I'm gonna rob the thing. They're like, oh, that's so cool. Then you just send them off. And thanks for popping by. We stole the thing. Wasn't that so cool? Yeah, alright. I'm gonna head off now. Alright. We still haven't seen any fishing spots. What is this? There's normally so many along the coast. What do we want over there? Nothing. Nothing. I'm just like desperately. Oh my word. I was about to say, desperately scanning the ocean. I suffocated on my own word. The first? Probably won't be the last, knowing me. Oh. There really no fishing spot anywhere here. Has High Isle been fished out this morning? Annoyingly, I can't see server time. There is an in-game clock with one of the add-ons I've got, but it adds my local time. I can see my local time on my computer. And there's no option to switch between local server and, even guild time would be neat. Just an at-glance way to tell what it is over there in Europe. I'm so surprised there's no fishing spots. I know fishing isn't exactly the most exhilarating thing to be doing, but I might have to cut down my quota from 2 spots just to 1. If we even find it. Ooh, a shell. Maybe it's just nothing here in the north. Oh, we have a gold lead. That's one thing I need the skill points for as well. The antiquity leads, I need to both scry more. Wait, do you get XP for scrying an item even if you don't excavate it? Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I just need to go on a tour of Tamriel and scry in every continent just to get the scrying XP. If that works, that'd be so cool to actually... Cool is not the right word. It would be nice. Speed up scrying and excavating. It's better to do it on the smaller islands, I hear, but if I don't have to excavate, save myself from physically running anyway. I just rock up to the location and leave the moment I've scried. I'll give it a go. We'll pay attention to what happens once I scry. Do I have an active lead here? I don't think I do. Fishing zone. Oh my word. Oh. Lurking on the board like a cat stuck on a bird in a cage. Not like the bird. We found it! Blessed thistle. Weirdly, it blends into the aloe vera. but not into the grass. It stands out from the grass like the aloe vera. I also have taken this long to notice that that is verbatim and literally an aloe vera plant. Flower and everything. Why are the actual herbal plants? I shouldn't say all, right? I'm sure there's some plants I'm picking up that are herbally medical. But it seems weird that out of everything, the aloe vera plant is not used in alchemy. How did it take me that long to notice? Oh, Jesus, bird. Well, we're backtracking. This is where we picked up on the coastline. So past this point we actually... Oh, I stand corrected. We have been here because we came along this path and we picked up the guy's gear. Another soulstone. And an axe. Void steel, not rupidite. I will never forget the first time that I found Impstool, the mushroom, right after fighting an imp. And I was so taken aback that that was a thing in the game until I realized it was just a name for a mushroom. And it wasn't a literal description of what I was picking up. Especially having just fought an imp, I thought, oh, that's a bit old, isn't it? And then I realized it was a mushroom. It meant stool as in seed, because it's a tiny little seed-shaped mushroom. Instead, I read imp stool and went, ooh, that's gross. Still no fishing spots. At this point, we're going to get around to the west side of High Island. Or we might as well travel across the Aminos. Oh. Well, if you insist. I was just gonna collect the flower and leave, but I do wanted to challenge into a fight to death. Nightshade! Look at that, I spotted it. Still probably the hardest one to find, but if I can spot it confidently, then I can move that confidence towards saying that I'm not missing anything. Oh, platinum. I should have enough platinum to do all the crafting bits. Ooh, a chest I haven't found before. Knew I heard a known route. But we have almost come to the crest of the north side of the island. Don't go red. No. I could have done that so much quicker. need to drop a heal down here. No, with the heal on 3, we're fine. What? Douglas? I will say, having the bright blue plants definitely helps, because just the marker on the map is probably enough. If I zoom in, we could probably use the map markers alone to track down a lot of the alchemy ingredients. No matter what color they are, if you just go to a node, you're bound to find something. Not all nodes are active all the time, though. Look like a 2D rock. Not all nodes are active. Some will have been harvested by other players since they are shared. And they take a certain amount of time to come back. I do actually wonder if there's a maximum resource node count though. Or if it's possible. If people logged out for 40 hours, I wonder if it's possible that you get every resource node to spawn in. Just go harvest everything on the map. Oh, you're alive. Well, speaking of nodes not respawning, I think someone's fished out the entirety of High Isle. Lake fish! River, lake, we have 5 or whatever this bait is. Let's use this up. You almost got to the crest of High Isle's north side. In hindsight, we ran the wrong direction first. And that might 100% be the case. It might just be that everyone else has fished them. Normally respawn, from what I understand, takes about 20 minutes? 10, 20 minutes? Somewhere along that time frame. So it shouldn't be... in the time we've spent running around, I feel like I should have found one just in... We haven't seen anyone fishing. We left half hour ago, 40 minutes ago almost. But maybe it's different. Or it has like a variance. Maybe it can be as low as 10 minutes or as high as like an hour. Don't know the action. Either way, we found one. My last worm. We now have saltwater river, foul lake. It's lake fishing hole, lake bait. Alright, we'll use up the expensive bait. I don't... Does the bait type you use affect the chance of drops? Would they keep track of that? Surely that would be like a nightmare to keep track of what bait caught what fish. I would understand if the fish had a rarity system, but they don't. You just catch fish. And yet, there seemingly is a premium and an average bait for each zone. It's regular bait, and then what we're using right now, which is minnow, is premium bait. As far as I can tell, it's super rare to find. I don't know what benefits it gives. It has to benefit the chance of what fish you catch, right? It just changes the drop table for the fishing hole. It's the only thing I can imagine. But I've never used it and got something so phenomenal or so rare that I wasn't able to just catch with the regular bait. I possibly might be wasting the bait. If it has a special use, like certain fishing holes in certain locations, I'm just burning all the premium bait up at regular places. I do not know the mechanic. Like, that's suicide perch. Every time so far. I feel like I got suicide perch before the bait when we were using worms, and now I'm using minnow, I'm still getting suicide. Maybe not. Maybe spade tail is the low quality one and silverside perch is the good quality one. They just have the same image. Maybe. I don't know. Fowl, river, and salt water. You're out of lake bait. "18 days, 1 hour. We have orichalcum burial urn expiring, but we can't research it yet. We need antiquarian insight 3, sorry. Oh, wait. Requires antiquarian insight 4 out of 5. What's higher than... Is there gold? Okay, so that's gold, but is there like an orange category higher than gold? Like a... No, because look at the item. The item is orange, which is the highest rank you can get. Orange stuff... You can't upgrade to orange. It's like super unique or treasure only, I think. But what's higher than that? Because this is Antiquarian Insight 4 out of 5. Why would you need 5 out of 5 if you can get all of these already? Alright, point being, you're going to do one of these. I do not have any abilities in scrying. Oh my word. Okay. How are we doing this? How many moves do we have? Oh no. What? 3 left. We have to nail one of these nodes every turn. That's not gonna happen. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do one at a time. Let's just get the... That one's a bit... Oh, you need to scribe better, not just more. Another lake. really fresh water? Oh, it is. We're nowhere near the north side of that high isle. We're like dead center high isle. That's interesting. North High Isle is a little bit further north. That's not my finest moment of navigation. So I'm gonna have to go. You know what? Cost us 146 septums. Not. I feel bad doing it. I keep pointing out it's cheap because I'm trying to justify it to myself. But it is cheap. 100 septum. I mean, there are potions that cost twice that much from vendors in vanilla, like the game vendor market. It is cheap. Saves you time trying to walk back to a shrine. But I still feel so bad doing it. I'm a hoarder. That includes money. I want to hoard money. I wonder if absolutely bombing on the excavation, if bombing on the scrying attempt gives you more spots to search, but does that give you XP for excavation? Is it technically better for your excavation levels to suck at scrying and to do more things? That's barren. I keep saying barren. Saltwater fishing hole. Mind if I do? We have 47 saltwater worms. It's too close to the water. Well, that's my 2 fishing spots. After this, we'll skin all the fish and see if we are so lucky as to get any perfect row. I am not pinning my hopes on getting perfect row today. But again, I don't know the drop rate. If it's 10%, we might get 2. If it's 5 or less, then maybe we get 1. We'll see. I see a cooking fire over there to the north. And that rock, a little camp there. Can you see my mouse? I think I've done this before, and I think you can see the cursor. I turn the cursor on. That rock there. There's a campfire behind it, because you can see it flickering against the rock. You hoard snowball snack cakes? I haven't seen those in so long. Actually come out at Christmas. Oh, hang on. Are you thinking of the ones that are made of marshmallow? Or do you mean like actual cakes? Because ours are marshmallow. They white inside, covered in coconut. Sold during Christmas. Called snowballs. Due to the season. with cake and icing inside. Oh, I actually haven't heard of those. Oh, they're just pure marshmallow. But I imagine they're, you know, not too dissimilar. Go make a cup of tea before I started streaming. That was 6 hours ago. 5 hours. At least we have enough bait to empty the fishing hole this time. What's that active timer we have there on the right? Counting down. 4 minutes remaining. Oh. Oh, we recalled. Duration. A lot of seconds. Okay. So I guess that's the thing that dictates what, when recalling to a race shrine costs more. So when that hits 0, apparently it's going to be in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why did you snap the line? That's nice. I never noticed that the recall has a timer for it. When that hits 0, you can recall for $146 again. Send a pic of the cake ones in Discord. I'll have to give them a look, because I've never seen cake though. Oh, we got, you know. Night, Subaru. Thank you for stopping by. That's it. Alright. We have a container from the last time we fished. Red gunny sack. It's... Didn't open? Oh. Okay, there you go. We have 37 fish. Guess we'll find out what we get in a bit. Oh, we did clear our notifications for the crafting bag, so we can just check manually too if we miss the notification pop up. 5 left. What do you think? Out of 36 fish, how many perfect roe do you think we're gonna find? I think out of 36 we'll get 1. Here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. The verdict is in. We got jack shit, except the fish. We have 275 fish, and that was all we got. That was the 36 fish. Oh, keep trying. I'm gonna have to log in and do like a fishing party or something. Apparently that's... I don't know if more people increase the drop rate, but it sounds like fishing in a group is a good thing to do. People do it. I guess at the very least, it means you don't have to sit there for so long at any one location. Another saltwater fishing hole. Actually, I don't see it. There. I still don't see it. Can we question it? Oh, hey! Right in front of us. We found this scry. Eh? Listening to the accent, stuck between East London, Essex, or Australia. I have yet to say, and I will not. I find it interesting to keep having people guess, and if I let the cat out the bag, then no one will guess. I do find it fascinating though, because everyone guesses completely different. That's half the reason I've not said. It's a guilty pleasure, mine a source of entertainment. I've had someone say that it's British Indonesian was my favorite guess I think I've got to date. Because even I was surprised by that. That took me by surprise. What's interesting is that the people I know I know a fair few people that travel. And I've had those people that travel have said, oh, I forget. What's the state near New York? I always think Maine, but then I second guess myself. But I've had people that have gone to Maine who have come back and said, oh, your accent kind of sounds like it's from Maine. And that's something else that surprised me, was that those people are the only ones that have said it. Can't figure out what other people hear either. That's the thing. And with the amount of varied responses, it's really interesting to try and figure out if I do have a particular... Where did it go? What BS is this? It just teleported. Right, we have 8 spies, but I can't do it in the light brown stuff. Right. There we go, there's the item. Oh. coins too with 1 hour left. Are we not done? I have the coins. One phrase I said gives it away, you think? Actually, that's something else I found curious. I know Australians that say cuppa. But I've also had a ton of people tell me that that's a tell for being British. So even the phrases and the words that seem to be tells, everyone thinks they're from different places, which is also amazing to hear too. I know Australians that say cuppa. I do also know I'm gonna cut myself off before I say too much more. I don't even know if it would have been a hint, but it would have been something, and I'm just gonna stop. I've kept it hidden, poorly hidden, for this long. I'm not just gonna blurt it out. I'll be honest though, I don't hear the Australian. I'm gonna shut up before I give away any... Yeah, no.
Pick up the pace, Squire. We must hasten to our next adventure. Where do your skills
I'm gonna look. It's interesting to me because everyone has a different guess and everyone says, "Oh, this is the tell. This is where you're from." Honestly, the most common one has been New Zealand. And I feel like I can kind of see that from what little I don't know a lot of people from, but what little I do know. Yeah, this is why I should shut up, because the more I speak, the more I do actually unwittingly. Yeah. I am not good at delicately wording things on the fly. Saying things like no from X location is... I just need... I don't know, because... maybe I'm just super big-brained and I'm doing that intentionally to throw someone off the scent. I don't know anyone from New Zealand. Obviously, if I lived in New Zealand, I would, but I know anyone from Maine. There we go. I've thrown enough ambiguity in the mix that I've covered my track. But that's the way. It's interesting hearing people say accents that I don't hear myself very often. When they say, "Oh, I hear this," or "I hear that," and I don't hear it in the slightest. That's probably the ones that take me by the most surprise. Well, not the ones that I don't know that well. Because again, the most absolutely fantastical guess was British Indonesian. Because I feel like I do know that accent fairly well. More than most, I would say. And I definitely don't hear that. I have no clue where British Indonesian came from. I love the guess. But I don't know if there's like a specific sect of British Indonesian people that have a certain accent that sounds like me, or I don't know if I just had a flare in the voice that day that caught someone off on a weird tangent in that regard. I have no idea. I really maybe what I should do, I should try and keep a tally. Actually collect who guesses what. Because I think the most common has been, out of guesses I've received, the most common guess is New Zealand. Second most common is British, somewhere in Britain. There's only been one guess so far for British Indonesian. What else have I got? What other guesses have there been? Those are the big ones that stand out because I get them the most often. You don't think I'm a Kiwi? It's the... I mean, that makes more sense to me than Australian, because I don't hear Australian at all. But I do wonder, one of the things I find interesting is that depending on where you are in the world, people hear different accents from different places. I mean, that's the big joke. An Australian will hear a British person and an American and go, oh, you know, you're from this place or that place, and be completely wrong. A Canadian will hear a British person and go, oh, you're Australian. Australian will hear an American and go, oh, you're British. And, you know, the joke that it goes in a circle. Because depending on where you're from, you hear accents differently. Part of the reason why it's been so fun hearing guesses. Because I thought for years, personally, I genuinely thought for years that sort of isolating myself and trying to get into voice acting, I mimicked a lot of voice actors. In that regard, I felt like I was developing very, like a North American, Canadian, like not North American, like the border to Canada and America. I felt like I had a blend of like a ton of different accents, but that I was bordering on something on the Canadian border. Because I spent years mimicking voice actors from, well, Canada. I genuinely thought I'd managed to somehow work myself just accidentally into that accent. But the thing that surprised me, having started streaming, never intending to speak, and then having people pick the accent apart and guessing different ways, the one that never was guessed was Canada. So I guess I was, again, maybe I was hearing Canadian accents differently to other people.
Just threaten everyone into becoming druids.
I definitely don't have oot, like it's not a stereotypical Canadian accent.
Not fear them.
But I don't think the voice actors had the oot accent either. Probably from a state like Wisconsin, just throwing everyone else off. Yeah, I've just completely eschewed my heavy accent. I mean, hey, I did just say I did practice copying Canadian voice actors. It's not so hard to believe you could develop a merger of two accents. And you see that naturally occurring when people move countries, they'll pick up accents occasionally. You have people that'll move here, there, or whichever way, they pick up the dialect and eventually the accent kind of follows a little bit. It may not sound like you were, you know, you may not have the native accent, but you can pick up bits and pieces. I know a lot of people actually, funny story, going back to my perhaps inability to detect what a Canadian accent sounds like, but found someone also going back to the joke about not knowing between the colonies accents, always getting confused between each other. There was apparently a Briton who I thought was Canadian based on it. Or did I get that the other way around? I thought it was British and he was Canadian. That's just pure memory failure. That's nothing to do with me guessing. It was one or the other. I am just terrible at remembering these things sometimes. I also think it's the expected accent to hear, depending on where like you expect, yeah, the stereotype plays into it. Like, when I hear Australian, it's slurry and everything merges into a single word and you don't pronounce anything properly. Like, instead of good day or, you know, it's g'day, you just put the word and take the space out and just smoosh it together. I actually had a talk with Gradgar ages and ages ago about the Australian phonetic and how you always add O to things over there. And I went through this. I said, find me. It was so long ago. Gradgar, get in here. It was so long ago that I remember saying to him that you can add the letter O to any name and it will sound Australian. Steve. Oh, actually, I was about to say, his argument was that there are words and names that don't work. You can't just add the letter O to everything. And I just thought of Harry, and I don't think that works. O. Steve? I mean, you literally have Japanese icon Steve O. It's Baron, I don't want to Baron. Oh, that was the one that caught him off guard. Because he suggested that the name Sam obviously can't have Sam O. But they do. I've heard people just add Bo instead of the letter O, they add Bo. Like just one extra step, but it still gets the O on the end. Harry, I might have actually solved my own conundrum. Harry might be the only name that doesn't work. You've done a little bit of voice acting, pulled people into thinking you're Scottish, British, Russian, or an Indian. That's impressive. Pulling off the impersonation is definitely something that always impressed me. Honestly, part of the confusion of people never guessing the same place made me want to just develop and work towards some kind of voice acting to get a heavy accent going. I was thinking Irish. I will say, I need to confirm. I know I'm at least 75% Irish, but I say that out loud because you definitely can't tell. You have no clue I'm Irish heritage. But, saying that, I know at least 75% because there's a quarter of my grandparents that I cannot figure out if they're Irish or Scottish. But that was part of my inspiration, was seeing if I could develop some kind of Irish accent. Coming onto stream one day and seeing if I could actually pull it off for 10, 20 minutes, and then never mention it again. I even had this whole plan where I was going to script it out as like an apology scene, like, I'm sorry, I've misled you. My name's not really Bord. My name's secretly Harriet MacDonald. I'm not even going to attempt the accent. I've not practiced. Never started practicing. And the idea kind of faded away with time, but it's there. I mean, I brought it up, I still recall the idea, but how are you going? An Aussie thing? Is it? I do know I've always been very improper with my vocabulary, but I didn't think how are you going was particularly an Australian thing. So what's the like to me that's just a global thing? What's the non-Australian version of that? When I was talking with B, I remember like on raft before, when I spoke with B, I said, "How are you?" and everyone thought that was weird. I know it was "How are you?" because I made the joke, everyone asks "Where are you?" never "How are you?" I remember that because I thought it didn't land at all, and I hated that I said it, and I wished I'd phrased it differently. I don't even think anyone heard me, so honestly, blessing in disguise. Got away with saying a cringe joke that didn't work. Oh, you're just a bear cub, you're not a plant. What were you doing? I'm gonna have to pay attention to that. I'd never really noticed. How are you going versus how are you doing? Doesn't seem like a specifically Australian. There are plenty of people. Well, a fairly similar phrase would be "How are things going?" Although I will admit I've not heard that very often in reference to people. Normally, "How are things going?" is in reference to recent news or some kind of event. Things going with company. How are things? State, you know. That one I know for certain I've heard from a ton of British people. I watch a fair amount of stuff. I need to think before I speak. I've heard British people say, "How are things going?" I'd never thought "How are you going?" to be too abstract or obscure to locate a specific part. But again, maybe it's like a regional thing. I'm gonna start paying attention to which people say it which way now. What are we out here for? Why am I still wandering around the wilderness of High Isle? What was I meant to be doing? Now me saying that is forever on the internet. Most things I say are. But with my memory and with the 2-week Twitch VOD system, I can hope that it doesn't last very long. I was out here fishing, but we got my 2 fishing spots completed. And I forgot what my plan B was. I was going to do an hour of fishing and then something else, and I forgot what the something else was. remember. There's a giant area somewhere. Oh, no there isn't. We found it. We went scrying, we found it. So... I need to inquire a lead, so we cannot get one of those. Alright. I need to take a quick break. I need to go to the restroom. I might make myself a cup of tea. I think I'm gonna go to this way shrine over here. I think I'll disappear for about 10 minutes. There's plenty of time. Oh, actually, my kettle is full. I'm not very likely to have that boil very soon, am I? I might add 5 minutes on for the kettle to boil. And... Is there... Yeah, okay, we're gonna do this. Fire. What's the instrument called? Why am I drawing a mental blank? It's a guitar thingy. It's a string. It's a... Is it a lyre? No. It's a... We have drum. We have... Oh my lord, I am drawing a blank on a damn instrument that I use daily in this game. There is... What's the flute? It's a lute. Okay, I remembered. Because lute and flute are one letter apart. There we go. So... I'm gonna play the Baron here. I will be back 10 to 15 minutes. I'm gonna go boil the kettle and take a quick break. It shouldn't be too long though. If you do have to head off, thank you for sticking around. If you are going to stick around and wait till I get back, I appreciate that just as much. That should have been said the other way around. Either way, if you're sticking around, I'll be back as soon as I can. Don't go anywhere. We're back. Got myself a Struppenwaffel. Actually, already sinking into the mug. Mm.
Hello there.
Hello there! How are you doing, mods? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Ooh. Oh, that's why it's cancelling, because I'm snapping to first person when I clip into the tree. I think I've tried to reach the place before. Oh, it's right here. Forgot I zoomed in the map, so it's a little closer than that. There's trouble. Give me a sec. Apologies. I don't have my assistant, so I can't ignore this so much anymore. I should ask if Celestial Cat's online. We could do a daily raid. Get ourselves out of the meandering about with the crafting materials and other things. Though admittedly, meandering around is usually the best way to get talking. Right. My accidental wandering into an enemy camp. And tragic, thankfully. Oh, okay. Royals, welcome in. Oh, what's your stream mods? I do apologize. Monster is a bit slack. How was your stream? Playing Fortnite? It's actually been a while since I've seen in Fortnite gameplay. I know Tuna Pickle plays Fortnite Fridays, I think he does. But he used to. In a little while. But, Medici is usually my go-to when it comes to watching Fortnite stuff. And I've just been terrible at keeping track of time schedules. I'm getting better. I'm getting better. The only thing left is my laziness at this point. Don't you stream, Royals? I swear, I somehow stumbled into your channel and found out you had bots. If I've mistaken you for someone else, I apologize. Highly likely over here. I'll get like a general idea of what happened last week and go, was that what happened? And then someone will be like, no, the complete opposite happened. Oh. I know I found out aging streams a couple of times a month. I'm actually trying to chase up on people I didn't know who stream, who do stream. Don't like the word lazy. I conserve energy. I will stick with that actually. That sounds lovely. 4.5. I'm sorry? 2. Right, okay. I thought you said 4 streams. 2 4.5 hour streams. It's a fair amount of effort though. That ancestor silk. Quite enough of these regular materials. I need alchemy. And I need perfect fish roe. What did we come here for, and why did I run in the complete opposite direction to the thing I need? There's an alchemy ingredient. Thank you for popping in though. I appreciate it. And if you've come in with mods and you don't know me, my name is BordBrain. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. As I've taken to calling it.
Maybe
Birds mess.
I should have waited for an escort at Amana's station.
You have
Mother.
chosen, or been chosen, to be witness to some of the most scuffed content this side of Twitch. I have to say that or else the stream will crash. If I don't say that I stream scuffed content, OBS will crash within half hour. It's a complete superstition, but one that's had 100% hit rate so far, and I'm not messing with OBS's superstitious side today. I've mentioned it at all, so we're in trouble. I need to head this way. Fork in the room. It's literally called an ambush feed, and I guess it does. If you ever wanted the rest of your stream, I thank you for coming in and saying hello. I'm terrible at these things. I get like a platitude thing in my head, and instead I dribble a little bit and forget what I was saying. Really, I've decided I'm not cut out for this. But if it isn't part of the charm and it actually does come off as annoying, I'm just out of luck. Because this is it. I'm not cut out for this. I'm a mess. The best thing I have going for me is maybe a bit of knowledge technically in what I'm doing, but to be fair, in my defense, I actually never planned to be a vocal streamer. I was going to be one of those completely new streamers. And I was going to use the channel as a VODs clip, basically. I would stream and we'd have the VOD. I'd download the VOD, edit the VOD, or just put it on a mirror side. Mirror it to YouTube, I suppose. But that was my original plan. The whole speaking thing happened completely accidentally. because I set up my audio terribly and someone came in and said, "Can we fix your audio please? I can't hear anything." And I was just, without thinking, plugged my mic in. Yeah, what's the problem? This would be easier if I just talk. Since then, I forgot that I was not meant to be talking, and here we are, 9 months later. So, if I suck at being a streamer, that's the thing. I feel like I'm not terrible at streaming. I just think I suck at being a streamer. I forget to shout people out. I get caught up on weird phrasings and things to say. I need to go down to the beach, don't I? Distracted by my own thought pattern. There's one. Almost suicided then. Can I do this? Almost. That's a miss. We lived. Ogre? Oh! Are we where I think we are? I streamed Valheim a few times. Last one was nearly a month ago. I'll have to double check if I gave you a follow. I normally... I do have a personal bias towards people that stream less often or people that don't have affiliate. I mean, that's a fairly common bias, I feel. But I do need to catch myself on that a bit. I definitely overlooked brilliant streamers because someone else who streams their something is, I don't know. It's like, that's a personal thing. I'm not going to get into the messy nitty-gritty of like and stuff like that. But even if you stream occasionally, I'd like to give you a follow at the very least, because I mean, this is what I have up in my downtime. If I'm eating dinner, cooking dinner, neither of the above, and just chilling, I usually have someone stream up, whether or not I'm completely AFK style lurking, or if I'm actually kind of replying in conversation. Should we try actually hopping regions and scrying in each region and seeing if that gives us scrying XP? Because I don't know if it's the scrying itself or if it's the whole act of scrying and excavating that gives you the XP for it. That's an easy... Ooh! Stone Law Circle Effigy. Effigy. Stolen shipment. I am 100% the same. Did you know? Well, it's something that half annoys me, but also I've never been a numbers chaser. I completely had no idea I even was qualified for affiliate until the week following when someone said congrats on 100 followers, and I was like, wait, apparently it's lower now. I swear I remember having to get 100 followers at the start of the year, but maybe I'm misremembering. But I just booted up the stream, I got so into the groove of things, and to me it is just an avenue to hang out and chill. I think because I like chatting with people. I'm gonna play video games on my free time anyway. That's my hobby. That's something I've spent my time doing. I just really think there's more motivation and more appeal when you can... Oh my lord, I'm sorry. When you can tie it to a social interaction. If you're just sitting here mindlessly going through, even when I'm doing leaderboard stuff or speedrunning, it's nice to have that interactivity And to also, well, it's a guilty pleasure, but it is still some form of pleasure to be able to nerd out about games like Elder Scrolls, where I've spent thousands of hours of my life. Unironically, entire weeks of my life have gone into this franchise. And to be able to recall lore like that, to me, I'm happy I can do that. It's like having expertise in a field and being proud of you can actually share that knowledge. Except it's video game story. Still, I like that. I like being able to share anything, really. Just the conversation and the social interaction alone is why I'm here. The numbers thing has never been my goal. But again, you do need to get those numbers up. I need to follow you to know when you stream to come and say hello. So, it's a mutually beneficial exchange. It's one thing I've always said from the beginning. I'm just so happy people came back. Because I thought people would rock up once and go, ah, hello, and then disappear forever. But people come back, and that's the biggest compliment I ever thought I would... I never thought I would get people coming back. Alrighty, where were we? We have a nice splice down the middle. So if I go like this, get that one. We have 5 turns left. 5. Do we not have a direct line? 3, 2, and then that's it. So sad. I've been getting myself caught up lately with super poor energy levels, which have killed a lot of my motivation to stream. My diet, it's a weird thing, right? I've never had the best diet. Like streaming on the London time block with Jonathan Raymaker and Raksha Krish occasionally. He joined the reverse boss run too. Tone Dust as well streams around that time bracket. Blicky Dicky and Valley Rush were doing Deep Rock Galactic for a little while, and I was joining them in the same time bracket too. But there was a weird aggressive loop that I started falling into, where because I was up such a ridiculous hour in the morning, I would rely on fast food and takeout. I would rely on drive-thrus and quick coffees and all that sort of nonsense because it was easy and lazy. I would get up, I would feel groggy, I would do the bare minimum to get myself ready, and then I didn't feel like cooking. I mean, if you cook a proper meal, it can take an hour. I didn't want to deal with that, so I just went and got a burger. And what happened is I've discovered I have a super massive bias when it comes to getting takeout. I am incredibly biased towards getting crunchy chicken. It's actually influenced and changed how I budget my normal grocery shopping now, because I include crunchy chicken as part of my grocery shopping to try and curb this crunchy chicken bias I have with takeout. But all of the chicken in the world is never going to give you as much iron as you need in a healthy diet. So I kept falling into like bouts of lethargy and then probably anemia too, honestly. When you're lethargic, it's safe to assume you've got the whole lacking iron symptoms as well, but nothing serious. But it was an aggressive loop. It was a super aggressive loop of streaming odd hours until I wouldn't be able to, well, I would feel lazy. I would conserve energy, sorry. We would conserve energy by going down and getting takeout. And by doing so, I'd completely lapse any proper diet I would be having at the time. Hence, I would stop streaming because I'd be so tired and just sleeping all the time. I'd get myself sorted. I'd start going back to the butcher and brining proper meals because I wasn't waking up at crazy hours in the morning anymore. And then for like the next week or two following, I would fall back in, like I'd get myself fixed and sorted, I'd get my levels back to regular, And then immediately back into the same habit. Oh, I'm streaming again. I'm getting up at stupid hours again. I'm time to go get more takeout and coffee. And rinse and repeat. It's honestly, I'm on my 3rd or 4th loop right now of that happening. And I think I'm only just now finally getting to a point where I'm properly balancing my diet, and not streaming every day is going to be a key part of it too. But what was my point? Same reason why I don't do much, except someone you go home with them instead. I think I cut myself off reading that. I don't know what the tangent was about. I apologize. This is why I'm never going to be a good content. Although, streaming and content creating is different. I can ramble for hours on end. And the fact people put up with me is a miracle. But one of the best tips I ever heard for content creation was actually from uneducated. You don't know Chris O'Neill, he's an animator from the Newgrounds days on the internet. A decade ago at this point. All of us old the internet people are becoming internet boomers now, but he gave some brilliant advice that I think I'm going to try and take apart, which is that you cannot have content on the internet where you don't mix down what you're speaking. If you don't cut out all of the silences and the ifs, buts, ums, and maybes, there's a weird conundrum where you will just sound dumber. And I think that's interesting how streamers often seem to get away with it. But I do wonder if it is just the constant flow of talking that keeps up. It's a different solution to the same problem. Instead of thinking through what you're saying and then having to cut out all the gaps and mix it all up. It seems like with streaming it relies on a different set of skills. Where the hell did we pull this conversation out of? What was my point? I've done that. Is that the second time I've done that now? Honestly, even if you don't know the name, you may know some of his animations, because he was the guy who did the... It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. And then you have Ron Weasley with the stupid face coming up and going, Leviosa. And mine are going, stop, stop. It's pretty obligatory. It's dated, but I mean... It's funny face and funny accent. What's not to love? You know? Sometimes humor doesn't have to be in depth. I really need to get Ember back. I need help getting things off of my case. I've gone far away enough that you guys can leave. But he has done a couple of infamous or famous animations, both on Newgrounds and on YouTube at the time. I think my introduction to Oni was actually Dragon Ball PP. And yes, for some reason 10 years later I still remember the name of the animation. My memory works in weird ways. I won't remember my own birthday, but I'll remember. Yeah, well, that. Double PP. That's what I remember. Instead of remembering my own birthday, which I have been on record forgetting before, I will remember the name of animations I haven't watched in 8+ years. Oh, and also half of the characters in the from the book Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Volume 1? Or is it not volume? I forget. I know he did a couple of Hitchhiker's books. Oh, no, have I got that backwards? Is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy the collection? Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up now, because no matter what I say from this point forward, I'm gonna second guess what the actual is. But there's several books in the series, that much I know. Is Hitchhiker's Guide part of the series or the collection? To Google, because this one's going to annoy me. I mean, more to the point, it's not like my brain remembers things, it does. It remembers things entirely arbitrarily. There's no pattern to it. I'll remember half the characters from the book, but I won't remember if the book's a collection or the first in the series. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Had a TV series? I never knew it had a TV series. The Wikipedia, because the Wikipedia will give us his list of books. Writing. Oh, you're kidding me. He did work on Doctor Who. Then the script for the KHAJIIT pilot radio program, Doctor Who production office in '78, and was commissioned to write the Pirate Plan. He had also previously attempted to submit a potential film script called Doctor Who and the Cricketsman, which later became his novel, Life, the Universe, and Everything, which in turn became the third Hitchhiker's Guide. Oh, this radio series? I suppose he was sending them in this radio series at first. Hitchhiker's Guide. Right, okay. It looks like it's both. Both are correct. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was pilot episode for Radio 4. But there is a collection of all of his stories called Don't Panic, the official Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Companion. I don't know if that's just the stories. It seems to be like a complete collection of a lot of things, not just his Hitchhiker storyline. He's been quoted saying, "I love deadlines. I love the whooshing noise they make as they go by." Adams wrote 5 novels in the series, published 79, 80, 82, 84, and 92. 3-part comic book adaptation of the 3 books. An interactive text adventure computer game, and a photo illustrated edition. So there were 3 books. I still haven't got the list of them. He did music. I was hoping for like a list. Oh. Oh, no, TV writing credits. Oh. Not exactly the same. But it does appear the book with a slightly varied name is a collection of all of his stories, as well as Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy being the first in the series. Where are we going? What are we doing? We're going south. We are... I lost myself. Our location? There. We're on the right path. Here we have Scrying level 4. 25 out of 30. Improve his skill by unearthing. Really? They both say the same thing. Scrying and excavation appear to go hand in hand, and I don't know? Yeah, that seems to imply you can't just do one and not the other. We have a fair few scrying lists. I want to get these two. 30 days, 17 days. We have a couple that we can do over in Bratwood too, as well as a few that are probably expired by this in Bratwood. Serpent's Hollow. Wasn't there a collectible I had to get near a Serpent's Hollow? Second part of the series calls Restaurant at the End of the Universe with no mention of Hitchhiker's Guide. Did he write them chronologically in order? I know, it's not uncommon sometimes for people to write stories backwards, where you start out with the almost, well, I suppose that's the thing, right? You kind of envision the finale. I feel like the easiest points to imagine in any story is going to be the starting point and the finale. But then you have to figure out how everyone gets to these spots. Or moves around from the location they start at. But it's interesting. If they were written chronologically, I find it curious that there's no mention of Hitchhiker's Guide. Or perhaps maybe the first didn't either. I know the movie, the movie blends stuff, so maybe the movie took elements from all three and played it off as the one story. Maybe he didn't develop the concept of an actual guide to the galaxy until the third book, perhaps. If he hadn't written about it in the second, then seemingly so. I also remember there being 2 copies of So Long and Thanks for All Fish. Because in your house, because your parents had one of each before they met. Which must have been a confusing read for your mom, who wouldn't have had the context of the first 3. She read that. She read the last book in the series first. Honestly, I do wonder if putting it into context helps sometimes. It was such. It's a comedy. I think it seems for the movie definitely, but it's perhaps it helps explain places and past events. But I feel like the absurdity of the novels has to stand up on its own. I don't feel like having context is going to help awfully much when you're dealing with such absurdist humor. See the sparkle anywhere. A lot of writers say begin with the end in mind, do they? Well, I will admit, I don't speak with an awful lot of people who write professionally. Nor have I heard them reflect on their writing process, really. It's curious to know if it is something recognized in the industry, because I really more just sort of a passing comment that it seems as though stories are written with the end in mind or certain avenues. I know a lot of amateur writers who always have like the big scene in their head, and it does seem like a natural path of events. I'm definitely the same with coding stuff. I know what I want to get out of my code. Wouldn't have the slightest clue how to start. I want a program that does this. Great. Okay, what's step 1? Echo hello world. Enter. Great. There you go. Step 1 complete. Then I draw a blank. I'm clueless. I have somehow managed to get myself turned around every way except the way I'm meant to be going, which is apparently through the village, that direction. Ooh. Why are you still attacking me? Probably not, especially not a fan of cricket. What have I said that I've already forgotten this quickly? Especially not a fan of cricket. Why do I have the sudden feeling, not the sport, that cricket is a character? Cricket's a character in Fallout. No way that was it. I see 2 resource nodes over on the island. I still don't see a place I need to get this item from. Oh, that it probably doesn't matter if you... In order, he goes off on a bit of a cricket tangent in the 3rd. I didn't know that, actually. I used to have the first book. I think I got halfway through it, but it was my dad's, not mine. And he, book collection got sold off by extended family. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of awesome books from the collection. Long story short, I don't think it's too taboo to mention, but long story short, they never married, my parents. Well, they lived together for so long, they were recognised legally as a couple for tax reasons, but they never married. We saw it as... I actually think, that I might be paraphrasing, but I think the quote was that it's a silly piece of paper for what they already have. They don't need the silly piece of paper to prove it. But, you know, legality comes in when people get removed or accidents happen. Life comes at you fast. And that's all well and good. But it also meant that everything in his will was able to be completely ignored by a lawyer because we were not actually legal family members. So instead of doing what you might be reasonable and polite thing, which is to still acknowledge the legal will, his extended family just sort of came in and said, well, what's ours is ours, and ran away. I don't even really have anything against them. Oh, nothing more than I've heard about them. His brother seemed like a fine, if eccentric kind of person. But it's hard to have something against someone you've never met. Even if everything you've heard and all the interactions you have had from afar have been negative, hard to hold a grudge over something. But still, back to the original point, the method half explained, the end result being, I never got to finish Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He also had a couple of books by Stephen King. I think he had the Stephen King book on... Was it the... Oh, lead-painted elk clay pot. Not that I'll be able to do that for a while if I'm gonna grinding it. Oh my lord, grinding it. Bethesda aren't watching. I'm inventing new school lines for them as we speak. But he had the Stephen Hawking, might have said Spielberg. He had the Stephen Hawking book on string theory. I forget. I think Stephen Hawking is for string theory. But I forget from what era or when the book was written. It could be outdated hypotheses at this point. I'm not super up to date on quantum physics. My quantum physics knowledge is the basics and what was known 15 years ago. I actually read Lord of the Flies from his Flies. Oh my lord! Oh, good lord. I'm just gonna turn the music up and mute myself at this point. Lord of the Flies! Oh, I couldn't have had a more on-brand blunder if I tried, I think. What I'm gonna call my food truck. When I retire, buy a food truck and start traveling America, it's gonna be called Lord of the Flies. But I read Lord of the Flies. I tried reading The Hobbit from his collection, but I really couldn't get into it. Which was weird, because I tried reading The Hobbit fresh out of reading the entire Chronicles of Narnia. I read Chronicles of Narnia front to back in what must have been a month. What must have been actual, like, record-breaking time for someone of that age bracket. And tried a Hobbit and couldn't get into it. It wasn't bad. It was just... It felt like I knew nothing was gonna happen, is how I would describe it. Like, I kept turning page after page, knowing and feeling like I knew that it was gonna be more nothings. I would meet more dwarves. Talk more about how the dwarves eat. Great. You know, I imagine if you're invested in the universe back then. This was prior to me seeing Lord of the Rings or reading any of those books as well. Bear in mind, this is my first introduction to the series. And it did kind of feel like it just went on and on and on. You know, I heard about this grand adventure. You're going on an adventure, Bilbo. It's gonna be amazing. And then for the first 50 pages, all I heard about were introductions to each dwarf and what they were eating for breakfast. It was like, okay, we're how far into the book now? I was promised adventure and I was given breakfast. Which, it's not a bad book. I would like to go back and read it sometime without the lens of a child reading the book. I want to see if it actually stands up to the test of time and to the authors. What would you call that? Because, He's earned his place in the literature world. That cannot be denied. But I want to go back and read The Hobbit with a more mature lens, basically. But I read a lot of classics from my dad's collection of library books. His own personal library, his own collection of books. He introduced me to a ton of the classics. I think, actually, my dad is the reason I know about Michael Crichton. And I think Michael Crichton is criminally underrated for the amount of things he's put in movies, books, and TV shows for us to enjoy, and people don't know his name. Maybe he prefers it that way, but I really genuinely feel like he is... Was that not it? Where's the antiquity? We're at the wrong one? I thought we just covered it. But my introduction to Michael Crichton was a book called Prey. And I loved it. It was kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, like it wasn't highbrow fantasy. It was really kind of gritty. It got into those details that you normally wouldn't see written back then in like kids' books was my reference point. So when I read about nanomachines consuming a human from the inside out and then puppeteering its corpse, I was like, holy cow, this is kind of cool. This is insane. He's writing spooky stuff. I'm not meant to be reading this. I would think to myself as I read about nanomachines just doing weird stuff. It's like a harmless book, but as a kid, I like blew it up into the... I'm gonna say into a respectful... for what the book was writing about. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I got myself my own copy. One of the few books I've chased down and grabbed a copy of since I've lost access to my dad's library. I've still not managed to find Stephen Hawking's string theory novel thingy. I know that's not a reading novel, that's more of like a scientific textbook, but one I still did want to go through at some point because that was one of the ones I had on my mind to eventually read. Never got the chance to. I will admit though, it wasn't until years later, I read Michael Crichton's Prey, it wasn't until years later that I found out who Michael Crichton was and why that name is so important. I love that. All I remember from Prey is the blurb talks about a threat to the whole of humanity and only 2 people die in the book. It's true though, like, it's posed as this all-encompassing threat that cannot be contained, and then the nanomachines kind of just self-contain and isolate and leave everyone alone, and they come back and... Honestly, from memory, this is purely off memory, but don't the nanomachines only act in self-defense throughout the entire book? Isn't it people going to the nanomachines? And admittedly, the nanomachines took any human presence as a threat and would retaliate. Although, I forget, was it just a misunderstanding of the code? That's usually how it goes, like, oh, we're trying to help, let me help by doing all of this, and then it turns out bad, and the computer goes, I have done my job. I forget if it was one of those, or if the nanomachines were actually semi-sentient. It has been a while. I bought the book last year, I've not read it. And we're going back to like 2009, I would have read it last. It does build up to this massive world-ending cataclysm. Well, it tries to, but in reality, it really is an isolated laboratory out in the middle of nowhere where only 2 people are affected, and it's actually uncertain if the nanomachines have even posed a risk to anything outside of the laboratory. Still, I I do love the story. Congo, and he did Westworld too. See, I didn't know he did Westworld. I've heard of Westworld though. I'm probably knock it over in an afternoon, read it again if I ever unpack the book, all of these boxes. I really should get back into reading. It's just... Twitch has replaced what I used to put time into reading though. I used to have dinner and then read, but now I have dinner and watch Twitch. It's my same block of relaxation time, but it's just spent communicating socially instead of getting involved in stories. Maybe I should set up a day a week. On this day, I will read a book. Not a bad way to approach it, I don't think. Alright, so we know what's these. Right here. Oh, wait, you absolute idiot. I left a square of dirt on the damn main artifact. That's a complete blunder. That's genuinely the first one I've failed. Oh. We just get to dig it up again, though? Oh, okay. The punishment is try again, not so much completely lose. What a absolute idiot. Giant pile of dirt sitting on the main artifact, and I just dug everything up around it, getting so focused on trying to find the secondary piece. Happened once. Let's leave it at just once. That's better. One of the elements I find most interesting is these leftover relics showcasing the Archdruid, a figure of great debate among many scholars after the breaking of the druids of different sects. His symbology disappears almost over. Valheim killed a lot of your reading and working out. For the past month, you've been going to coffee shops, having a coffee there in store and reading. That's brilliant. Because I do also sit down in coffee shops occasionally. That's my reprieve away from the computer. Is I go to a cafe and actually sit down and dine in. I'm going to start taking books. That's brilliant. Or even digital books would be fine. Loaded all the icons, but it's over here. Oh, 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 oh. There's an event. We can go watch it. We can watch the characters not load in and the audio completely die. Because for some reason, HAJIIT loads these terribly on my computer. I mean, you've already heard the audio drop out occasionally, just regularly speaking, but these events are terrible when it comes to loading in assets. Audio and the visuals will just completely crap the bed, and I will sometimes just fall over dead despite not seeing what's hitting me. Best I can do is press my buttons and hope they work. It's not so bad.
Well done. Now's our chance. I'll seal the fissure for good.
Oh, did we catch the end? All this time, I never knew there was actually like a shockwave nova out of that
I shall
thing.
return to my order and report all that has happened.
That was it. We joined the
Till
very
we
end.
meet again.
Really? Not that stuttery. 440 gold. Magnetic resin. Treasure. Bind on pickup. Worth 1,000. Another sister's amulet. A restoration staff. Prototype flame resistant robes. Right. Nice. Not a bad haul. Oh, 3 minutes work. Oh, there are some dungeons that don't pay that well. Sadly. Speaking of, we still have no friends online. Oh, no. I don't actually know the lyrics. And I'm not going to put Donkey on actually singing that song. Nor do I know the original person who sang it. Isn't that weird? I know a song by Donkey from Shrek as opposed to the actual song. Joke about when you hear people go, oh, the character from Fortnite got their own show or got their own game. I can't believe Halo from Fortnite has its own video game? That's crazy. I do wonder if there are actually kids that, you know, if a kid playing Fortnite, like an actual tiny little kid, fresh out of elementary school, is playing Fortnite and has no idea what Halo is. It does make me wonder if that's their introduction to the character and the universe to a certain degree. Would they then see it as a character from Fortnite having their own video game? There's gotta be like a couple of kids have had that moment of realization, I'm sure, of like, oh, he's not from Fortnite, he's elsewhere. There's gotta be at least one. I'm hedging my bets on at least one kid has had that revelation. That's a fairly safe bet, I feel. I just did the exact same thing. I know a song from Shrek and have no idea what the song's from or who sang it. I just know the Donkey rendition. Yes, the pile of dirt isn't on this side of the area. I don't know where we found it last. Dangerous location survey? spawns an enemy, right? What? Okay, I have a prompt. This is okay. My assumption is that this prompt has to do with a quest, and I simply don't have the quest, but the prompt is present in the world. That's bizarre. Survey dangerous location and nothing happens. I want to know what that's for now, actually. Survey dangerous location. I don't even think that's like a quest line I'm doing currently. I'll have to find a couple of new ones. Where did we find this last time? Why do I hear it over here? Thought we'd already been over here. Oh, the sound's faded now. Okay, I should probably just stop waiting for people to log on. Maybe I should send out a couple of messages. Flower. Oh, it's a crab. There goes the audio again. Apparently I angered something I couldn't see.
Anyone, please! He's burning me! Rocky, no! Don't do this!
Yeah. You seem to be able to handle yourself, lady. You're fine. She's fine. Got a stick.
Rocky, no! Don't do this!
You've named it. So I think you're fine. I'm gonna keep hunting my treasure.
No! Thank Akatosh. Get it off of me.
Poor Rocky. All I wanted to do was ride him, but he didn't seem to want that. I won't give up.
An even bigger one! I'm going for it.
Hey there, new friend. You wanna go for a ride?
Oh. Well. She had weakness to fire. Audio is breaking. Found it. corners of our Hey, nice. Ooh, another lead. I need skill points because even if I level up scrying, I have 3 scrying. I don't need 4 scrying. I need a skill point, which is sky shards at this point, or trials. So I think we need to do the next best thing, and we're gonna go sky shard hunt. Because even if I completely get level up my scrying to tier 4, it doesn't actually help unlock any of the abilities I need. But we have 2 moves left. 1. These would be so much easier if I could actually do them. If I could actually do them with these abilities that I used to have. The north? I wonder if prior knowledge on the search actually helps you locate the right zone. This is where we just were. This is the zone we discovered 5-10 minutes ago. So, if the zones remain the same and they aren't randomly generated, it would be, so the gimmick would have to be consistent duds. The duds will have to, yeah, okay, so it works. If you know the location, never mind. We found the dud. The dud was the location we were at last time. I should have known. 1,000 gold. Not that far away from I only have 33,000. Down. I'm gonna have to find a way to start listing resources super cheap, super often. My plan is basically to use the store as an advertisement to get people to come buy my other stuff in the store. Random thought, but I just crossed my mind. I've been streaming Elder Scrolls for 3 hours. Let's have a look. 208 minutes, almost 4 hours. And the idea is, when you use Tamriel Trade Center, the way that works is it default sorts by type. So the most recent thing put up on Tamriel Trade Center is the one you will see at the top of the search results. It's brilliant at guaranteeing the item is still on the store. But it's terrible at guaranteeing you the best deal. In my case, I may not have undercut the market as much as I thought I was doing. So the blame may be partially on me. But I still wouldn't mind putting out a couple more
You always
iterative.
take me to such nice places.
You don't sound so certain. No. Confused almost? Weird. Sad, even, honestly. But my current idea is because I think I have mid-tier priced items in the store. Not brilliantly priced, to be fair, but if I can keep putting items up on the store recently so that they show higher up on that list, maybe I can entice more people to come down and grab certain things. Kind of like... I don't really have an analogy for it. You're looking for something, the search engine goes by most recent. But to actually buy it, you physically have to go to the place and you see everything that person has. So... Ah, okay. There we go. Easy. Easy? Scarring increased to 4. There we go. Alright, let's go get some... whatchamacallits. 2 points. We have 0. We... going to do a 2 birds, 1 stone. What do we have here? Miscellaneous... Clockwork City. Have we been to the Clockwork City? Is that over here? Hargrave, Clockwork City's down. Okay. What else do we have? Gold Coast. We could go to the Gold Coast, but I think I've already got all 6 sky shards here at the Gold Coast are done. I have done both delves. I have all 4-way shrines. Actually, 4 out of 11 quests. The only book I've missed is the Trials of Saint Alicia. Good book. I found out it may have been an Oblivion wreck on that book, and part of me died inside when I realized. But, still a good book. We need to... what would we be here for? The Gold Coast map is the silly one I can't find, even though I feel like I should know this place fairly well. There's no geography here that stands out. The only distinct feature I can even see is that stone slab. Looking at valleys makes me think it might be here. It is. You've got some kind of stone construct there. Some kind of valley. What other sort of valley places do we have? We have this valley here. And you've got the valley, the pathway valley-ish thing. With, admittedly, another stone construct. I don't know if that's a building or a pile of rocks. I don't think rocks should be showing up on the map. That's far enough away that that could actually be a pretty large building. Alright. Just 400 septum and counting. Timer is at 2 minutes 20. We'll travel back to the Way Shrine, travel there for free, and then we'll hop to the next area with the 146 fee. What's in this spot? Oh, that's a hidden boundary. valley right here too that I didn't notice. That's the one to the Dark Brotherhood. I don't think that would be the one we're looking for. I am an idiot. I didn't even click collect. I just ran away. Need ancestor silk. Ancestor silk is probably the thing I need least. I don't have any pending crafting writs for clothier. Let alone a dozen. Right. Is this stone building square? No. Circle. Definitely is cube. Dating tells as much. The next valley, well, we do have the one that leads to the Dark Brotherhood, which is right next to this. Other valleys include this place with this. I think that's the only one. And then we have these here. So I guess we'll head back east. I'm finally getting east and west correct. I'm proud of me. It's only taking me almost 9 months of repeatedly getting east and west completely backwards on stream every time I mention directions. What's weird is that I'm fine so long as I'm using the sun as a bearing. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Perfectly fine. If I turn the map off, I don't get confused. But the moment I read the map, to me right was west and left was east. And I have no idea how I solidified that in my head. In any way. But I do find it curious that real world tracking as opposed to reading a map were two completely different skills apparently to me. I sucked at one, and I was okay at the other. So, this is the other valley if we go through the shrine just south. Where is that little... wasn't there a marking on a map here? Oh? Oh, this is just... It's just the access point to...
The family has need of you, Initiate.
Next up is going to be the valley that heads north to... I think it's some kind of dungeon. Over here. Oh, an alien well. Oh, the friends! I feel like if it's this place, you would see the castle. It's a fairly flat looking... Oh, it's a door. It's just a door. the estate tunnels. Right. The final valley was this one down here. I guess there's also Tribune's Hollow. There's very few other places where I'm seeing geometry that looks squarish. Not here. No, I'm not here. Doggo can ignore me. Doggo can ignore me! Why did you wait? You attack me incessantly until I return fire, then you ignore me. Did I not get the thing? So rude. Purpose with directions couldn't pay me enough to do it. See, that's the thing though. I feel like the no map challenge stuff is a complete red herring for me because I do navigate infinitely better using the sun as my compass instead of a map. If you get rid of the map, I just rely on the same system I did before, which is staring at the sun. Pointing myself due north and looking at my shadow and sort of stuff. I suppose knowing where due north is relative. Without, so you know, like it, I guess, but sort of a time measurement thing I picked up from Jonathan, who taught it to Crazy QC, who taught it to me. But I do get turned around when I'm not watching the map. I am hopeless at keeping directions, generally speaking. But if I have a... oh, that's wolves. If I have a landmark like this, and I know that once I find this, I need to head west until I find Anvil. That, it's how I used to navigate in the cities. I would navigate by landmarks and by road names. They work, they do their job. I use them. But it was one of those weird things where people would hand me a map and I could not tell you where in the city I was unless you told me where the road was. Like, I would say, oh, I'm on 3rd and 7th. And they would give me the map and go, oh, you're on 3rd and 7th, where's that? And I would not have a clue. Couldn't tell you to save the world where 3rd and 7th is in the city. But I can drive you there and get you anywhere else in the city following visual landmarks in the real world. It's half the reason I really, really wanted to do a no-map run months ago. I remember talking about it with Jonathan. We were planning through how you'd actually do it. And we found out constellations and the position of clouds and stars are different for each person. And I was watching on his stream, he would say, oh, there's a constellation that looks like this, grouping of stars in this shape, in this position. And I would go, oh, I see them. And he would go, oh, they're just behind the tree now. And I would say, no, I passed the tree minutes ago. And we had this whole realization that the stars would be terrible to navigate. But the tree still works because the tree doesn't move. It should be static between every person's machine. The stars are not. The tree should be, from what I've tested. The same goes for regular clouds too. It's the thing behind the tree that makes the tree look like it's different, not the tree itself to my knowledge. It's not a perfect system, but it did get us to a point where I think we could confidently navigate using certain aspects and landmarks of us in Valheim. Just beyond the regular distance of north, south, east, west. The only thing that really got in our way navigating was the weather. Because the weather in Valheim is atrocious. It just absolutely craps the bed and you won't be able to see the sun or the tree for 15 minutes at a time. I think I overstay my welcome. We're not going to get the map here. I'm about to. It needs to take a break soon. Hi, Isle. Worthy survey. Agreed enough for that. But I'm going to run up really quick. I have to head to the restroom and stretch my legs. So, be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Maybe I should have waited for an escort
break. Honestly, I am noticing since the update, there's gaps in the terrain. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I had never noticed that before. I don't think I've dropped any of my settings terribly. But gaps in the terrain like that. Game is running slightly better, to be fair. Maybe it's an optimization thing. No. IO Clothier survey. Heck there. So we'll go that way. Yes, we can. If we can. See a gap in the rock. Do you think that's a tunnel? Okay. Did someone forget to plug the hole, or is that an escape route for a tunnel? It looks like a doorway. It not being a doorway doesn't convince me it's not a doorway. I'm still certain that's a doorway. Optimism too strong. Now, Clothier survey should be easy to spot because we're going to see hunting traps. It looks like it's on the other side of this bit here. Hopefully not on top of the rock. I don't know how to get up. Oh. Found it! Barrier's trap. 32 Rabido hide, lush ancestor silk. There's another one. And another trap. I wonder if there's any stuck in these giant leaves here. No? Dragonfly. Surely there's gotta be more ancestor silk. We haven't lost out because these leaves have. I don't think they can bury it. There's 100% more ancestors. Hang on. I can light it up. Nope. I don't think I'm seeing any. There is absolutely no way they gave us one ancestor silk. No way that I only got one ancestor silk. Like, that's consumed the thing. The moment you get here and pick up the first item, it consumes it. Oh, there's another one. Okay. Hope is not lost. I might just be in a wider area than I'm used to. We also might have picked one up on the way through. I didn't notice this. Oh, there's another one. I didn't notice this spot until we went past and turned around. Well, closer to what you normally expect from one of these areas, so I could probably be good enough. Right. I'll have to call it good enough, I think. Well, we now have an enchanter survey in Vardenfell. All the way up. just below that nose and about parallel, so it's like the cross between. There's the nose, not much of a nose. Seems like it's there at the lake. I do not have. Oh my lord, I don't have any wave shrines. Off the Valdenfell we go. Honestly, this is the first place we've come across where we haven't got any of these sky shards either. Maybe we do a little bit of Ardenfell exploring. Be nice to go touring Vivek City again. Not been in a while, honestly. Let's head north. Or just a regular. That's still.
Our stock is modest.
Maybe I should put a couple of mundane runes up for sale. They're a furniture item from memory. Cliff, we can't cross that. That's a ravine. We can't cross that. Calculated. Oh, we got nowhere with that? No, I'm fine. I'm over here. Don't bother with me. It's not my way. My own thing. I need to become territorial. KHAJIIT has wares. Leave me alone. You salespeople. Well, we've done a whole loop-de-loop and ended up exactly where we started.
My magic will destroy you!
We've got to look at what the base shrines look like. Although, hang on. Lotus, way shrines. That's not good. I can't tell what that is on the map. There is no indicator there to me of what a way shrine looks like. What else do we have? Do we have another way shrine down? One. Okay, there it is. look. Second one. Nothing stands out distinctly. The only thing I have for certain, I know for certain. Same shape, same size, so it's not that. Not that. You know what's gonna be a curse is that it's gonna be completely hidden by the road. See, we're gonna have to continue. We're gonna follow the road, see if we can find one. I feel like they're all going to be covered by the map though. There's one up ahead. Where? Is that a triangle? Eh? Still showing up apparently. That annoying me, the marker won't go away. All Maiden's Inferno stuff. Another way shrine here. Yeah, that doesn't show up at all on the map. Sometimes the maps will visually have the way shrines included as buildings. It seems like Vardenfell either deliberately doesn't have that, or unintentionally the way shrines will. It makes navigating to way shrines a little interesting, but... Was this Nessus? I
For the
accidentally
80th
think
time,
it was.
help is on the way. I've received assurances from House Redoran. They will handle this trouble in the mine. You need only be patient.
Patient? The foreman just dragged another egghead out of the mine and he's worse than the rest. This is on your head, Mobeda.
The house is north near. It has just now occurred to me that there might be a giant mountain range between where I need to be and where I'm going. Although the road doesn't connect up anywhere, so we have to find this place and get through that gate. Lord knows what we're getting. Northeast, across the river. Looks like we have to go all the way through whatever contraption that is. winding down. I'm actually not that hungry, which is surprising. What a weird place to get a foothold. I'll take it. Holy cow, hang on, wait. It was 11 a few minutes ago. No, one of the ones had disappeared and it just says 1. Sentence structure. How did it get from 11 PM to 1 in the morning so quickly?
Hello there.
Hello there. Ori 3015900, welcome in. What is a troll guarding them? It's never so easy as just go get the thing. Just out of range though. See my opportunity. I also think you're just out of range for this. Yes. Another Sigic portal? It's nice to find so many so close. Alright, what do we get? A warrior poet's helm. 3 of the thingies and the ring. Is it infused? Yes. Fine. We need to find a bank so we can put another one of these up for sale and refresh the timer. Away shrine to the north. Electionist in me wants to head north first instead of go to this other place. Hey! Welcome back. I think I'm gonna go north, get the way shrine, come back down south, go through the dungeon, go to the other side of the dungeon, get on top of the mountain, go collect this survey? What survey? Trophy. Where is it? Miscellaneous. Blacksmith? Enchantress. I didn't say no to an enchanter survey. Ooh. Speaking of not saying no and being a completionist, I could get a sky shot in this Dell up here. Way shrine first. And delve. Where is it? Yep. Delve, get the sky shard, then we head over here to what will likely be a co-op dungeon that I'm gonna die, but we just need to get through other side and collect the way shrine over on the other side. I need to figure out how to get this way. Go to the worm stuff.
From the sides.
I'm sorry, it's 2 AM for you and you had food. That doesn't seem right. Oh, the 2 in the morning seems a bit off. Centipede by accident. Where are you going, Corey? In? And a summoning portal. Oh, you're not Ember. What is this? Why do I have more all of a sudden? That rune on the ground is summoning things. I think Ember was out here because I would have just been blocking the face. Yeah. Where's the doorway? All endeavor is over with. The doorway either. Completely failing to see where this place is.
Bring the lightning!
It was discovered when I got here. There's also a house right over there. I discovered it here.
Back again. And you? For a grand reopening, I assume.
What the hell was that? Was the laugh you, Chew, or is that in game? I have a notification that makes that noise. I don't remember putting a laugh on this on my OBS. Alright. Door here. Ah! Oh. What is your school now? You'll learn nothing except trivia here. I suppose that's fine if you're not studying to be anything super important. What's the hint and why am I running this way? Hidden deep within the shrine to the Prince of Darkness. I don't think it's back here. Yeah, okay, the laugh is definitely in-game. That's at least something. I understand that. Because that did freak me out, hearing off a notification and then something else overlapping. There is no... You're a boss? Oh, you're totally just a Dell boss, aren't you? Parrot Pizza Academy. Alright, what have I missed stuff? Baby Chew just described. Yes, I remember that because I got scared by it and just failed to acknowledge anything past that. Go away. Now apparently I have to head get up to the stairs on the west side of the building. That door doesn't seem to want to open. Well, while I'm not exactly fighting anything, didn't know night the night before yesterday, so it may not be a smart idea considering it's social, math, Spanish, and 4th period lunch, 5th science, with a possibility after school class today or tomorrow. Yeah, that all night of the night before seems it might have been a bit detrimental. Oh, the doors are... okay. The doors are like that because we're in combat. Figured it out, why they don't activate. That means we... oh, hello. Alright, well... interesting. All-nighters in general, possibly not a good idea. They don't normally help a whole lot, no. Found it. There we go. So, 1 of 3 to getting our new skill point. Oh boy. And then we have to burn it on scrying of things. Because I think I'm basically done with crafting, except for brewer. The brewer skill line is the only one I don't have. That's going to cost 3. So 9 shards have to go to brewer, but that's not super important because I don't drink much. I usually make raw stat foods. Raw stat stamina, raw stat magicka in this case. Really serious? How quick was our spawn rate? Where's the door? Is it over here?
Anyone else?
Of course you would. Just sleep in class like you. You'd have to be close to being properly done with school, wouldn't you, Chew? I'd sleep in class, because I'd be sleeping past probably... I'll admit, I've fallen asleep at work because I would get absolutely terrible insomnia, and there were days where I just had to deal. My compromise was starting a little later, then when all the teachers left the classrooms and I wasn't being watched so often, I would just have a little nap on the floor. I've clocked my fair share of unpaid overtime. I've earned my naps sometimes, and I'm not actually falling asleep and waking up the following morning. Like 10 minutes, you lie down, you just rest your eyes, then you get back up and get back. I've done my fair share of that thanks to insomnia. I don't recommend it, it's terrible. The worst that ever happened, the librarian came in to shut down all the computers. And I was just lying there on the floor. The lights were off. I don't think she knew, but Since I got up and the lights were automatic and flicked back on. Oh. I don't actually know the answer to that. What are we getting involved in here? What are we actually doing? All fine that we're fighting bad guys, but why are they here and what is this book? Main door here. Yes, this is the main door. No? Is this caved in? That's a bad guy, and that's not a door. So where is the door? I need to get in. You have direction. Oh. I'm afraid this isn't negotiable. I do kind of need to go in. Can I get in through there? I think how to break out of some of the CC. It gave you a whole tutorial on how to do it. I'm gonna have to redo the tutorial because I've forgotten. Mine. Well, there's no doorway down here. Now, Amber, we're leaving. Genuinely, I have no idea if there's even an entrance here. Has to be, because there's a place on the other side of this mountain we need to reach. No, just door. Okay. I have no idea. Oh, someone died. That's where we just were, right? And that door didn't open. What am I not seeing? Tower at the top, there's no doorway there. There's these people here, but there's no doorway. The only doorway is this one, but it's got bricks in front of it, and it doesn't look like you can enter. Okay, so here's the thing though. I need to get, assumedly from here, over to this doorway here. I may have wrongly assumed that it connects up. There may be another pathway through this section. And we've got another cliff edge here. It seems like...
Drink, and that's safe. Drink water and milk. Else you're going to be weak.
You understand?
Like in Skyrim. Oh, water is health is fucking bitch. You better drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water,
Do you think you
bitch.
went
Oh,
through
drink.
here?
Water,
and
drink.
just
Water,
head
drink.
north?
Water, bitch.
Oh, I'm not finding a doorway here, am I? That's gonna be annoying, because I started here. It's gonna be so annoying. Oh. Ah. Thing down here. This way shrine, there's a pathway there. Another pathway that starts here. I don't know if I can parkour my way up to it. Just finished second year first semester. Technically you're third year. Oh, B. Technically third year and graduating. 24. Super close to failing. I spent years thinking I dropped out and got fail grades, but they never asked me to come back, which I think they legally have to. You legally have to graduate in my state. So, I don't know. That's what I was told at the time. I was threatened with permanently coming back. That was their big threat. It's like, if you fail, you're gonna be the only non-student coming back to be with the kids. That was their big threat for all of us dunces. But, they never did, so I guess I passed. I thought I flunked, because I didn't even go to my graduation. Well, the graduation. I didn't expect to be given anything there, so I just stayed home. What's LA? Thank you for the hydrate. It's like seeing the parakeet spin around. I am so happy with that little animation. Did we give up on Vardenfell? What else do we have? We have Gratwood treasure map that we still have yet to find. And the key, there's a circle of something. Looks like a shrine. No idea where in Gratwood it could be. Do we even have a little way shrine? We do. We have every way shrine on the map. And for some reason, I'm not able to find an area looking down on another area. Some kind of building or shrine in the center. That's where the companion. I really wanted to bring Dringoth with me. He's there. I don't know if it's because I had a companion on me at the time, but I'm not super motivated to go back just to be told no all over again. Even if I do have Ember disabled. There's a circle thing there. But I mean, this is, I'm up to like picking scraps. I have traveled 90% of, look at all this. The only stuff I'm missing is the Lord, and I know where the Lord is. I've passed it several times. I just can't find a way up to get it. Which side was it? I do have a delve over here with an undiscovered spy shard. For the life of me, I cannot find this place. It is so close to being familiar, and yet it isn't. It's eluding me. I still desperately think it's Ursine Shrine. But that... Shrine... Oh. Quest here? Oh. Another delve with undiscovered. Oh, the 2 delves are my last 2 undiscovered sky shards. That's an easy one. I can't even find... Aaron. What's that? That's very circular, very not what I'm looking for. But you've got 2 pillars, and then you've got the bit in the middle, but there's no... None of this screams that shape building, surely. I need to find one of these trees. Balinese Rest. No, what does seem... There's the mage. Also... Like any of this here? Oh, Percher Camp might be Ursine Shrine. Ursine the Hunter and Percher. Oops. We've got this space over here. Stuff. I have to look at this in depth for a map that I've traveled almost already. How close am I to a way shrine? Where's my house? Where's my house? Why can't I see my house? Why is that actually not showing up? House. What? I'm confused. You're gonna hate next year. I ended up loathing most of school. I enjoyed my time at school because it was hanging out with friends. It was very social themed. But school itself, hated it. I have this is a story I've told before. I have 3 distinct times where I put in genuine effort, actual genuine effort to get a good grade. All 3 times, separate, different teachers shot me down. anytime I put in effort to actually get something for my effort, to earn a piece, you know? I made a good report. I was interested in the subject or whatever it might be. I wanted to prove that I could do something good. Every single time I had a teacher intervene and say, this is worth full marks, but perfect assignment, can't fault even one thing. What? I was in 3rd grade and I did a pamphlet, a little tiny booklet, on the Rhode Island chicken. I don't remember the assignment, but I have the booklet. I kept it to this day. And she gave me a 98 out of 100, and I can quote her to this day. She said, the only reason I'm not giving you full marks is because then you'd have nothing to strive for. You know, twist of irony, I never strove for anything ever again. Until I got to high school. At which point, I put in a bunch of effort into a writing assignment that was actually focused on a topic that wasn't Shakespeare. Heaven forbid, it was an interesting topic. I put in that effort, I actually wrote quite well. And I know I wrote quite well, because when I handed it in, the teacher said, this is written so well that I don't think you wrote it. And I got a C, barely passing grade, because she genuinely didn't think I wrote it. He thought I had hired a ghostwriter. And the last and final time I ever tried to put effort into anything was when we had our final year assessment worth 70% of the grade, because for some reason government schools love doing that. Here is one thing, it's worth your entire passing grade. 2 things. Why would you ever bother with anything else if a single subject can be worth the passing grade? 2, unless you're striving for excellence in some kind of, like, later education? Like, if you're going for STEM field, then yeah, strive for excellence. But if you just want to pass and get out of school, really stupid to give kids that one thing that's worth 70% that they can just ignore everything else from. But I digress. I had a topic I really wanted to do. It was a pet project and I wanted to 2 birds, 1 stone. I wanted to use this ability to prove that I could do this. It was a trade thing. It was based in IT. It's always been my hobby. I've been the computer library nerd since I was in junior primary, elementary school. But I submitted my approval request to do the subject I wanted to do, and I'd already basically started the project. I was so ready to do good. I wanted to make this thing the best thing I'd ever done. To end on a high note, if you would. And I just got told, nope, you're not allowed to do that. No reason. It was open-ended. I was allowed to do anything. They wouldn't approve my thing. I don't know why. Wasn't given a reason, just told no. I guess because it was a self-serving trade topic and not some flowery BS I want to save the planet topic. Everyone else just did the boring I want to save the planet topic and got flying colours no matter the quality of the thing because they wrote I want to save the planet on a piece of paper. I wanted actual real-world skills, and to prove those real-world skills could be used and learned and have a point and an application beyond their initial purpose, and got told no. School was a complete joke, and the only time I ever put in effort, I was told to bugger off, so I did. I buggered off. I didn't even go to my own graduation. I resent the place. I don't resent the place. I resent the thing, the object that was school. I have thunder in here. Stolen starlight in waning dark. There it is. Okay. Thank you for paying your tithe to the Bird Empire. Sabaki will be standing down for another 24 hours and the bird swap will be cool. the dust in your PC? Dust his PC. Turn. Ah! I almost let that slip by. I caught it. What is this? We'll let jam at the alien well. You know what? We will. We will. We'll do just that, shall we? I don't know what the quest here is. What is the quest here? Gem at the alien well. I don't know what the prompt is, but to Archimbert. Well, if I ever run into Archimbert, I'll be sure to let him know. Next up on the list. This one. I'm either going to have. What looks easier to navigate? I think due east this way. Shrine looks simpler, less in the way. CPU temp significantly cooled down after dusting off. GPU temp isn't really doing much though. I don't think I suppose that depends on if the GPU is idling, not doing much, you don't have any games open, then I imagine it probably wouldn't be changing a super lot. Also depends on the ventilation too. Cleaning out the computer is half of it. If you don't have, like if you have a dusty computer but no fans, then getting rid of the dust probably won't fix the problem. But again, really? You normally see most computers, even really weird computers, usually have one fan. Working with small form business factor machines, they usually have a giant, massive fan funneling outwards from the CPU. Cutscene's Henge. Oh, I found it. But this is not the place, weirdly. I don't think. Hang on. Can we get up here? Get up there? I don't think we can get up here. What treasure map was that? E? Sorry? Had a couple open over the past. Oh, don't tell me that's an invisible wall. That's an invisible wall. Oh, you can't get up there. At least we know. Begs the question. tree, no palm trees, and then seemingly a while further away, you've got those, but they seem to face that way. Now, if I could get further up here, but it doesn't seem like you could almost interpret that. Please. But if that were the case, that leaves the treasure down here, which it is not. You end up simply just being in the wrong place, because otherwise the treasure would be there, right? You're not so far back that you're seeing some other magical tree up there either, as far as I can tell. But hence my conundrum. That's the closest I can think of visually it comes to describing that scene. But you're at a high angle looking down into this circular area with some kind of shrine in the center. And I don't know where. Traveling this map up and down for an entire month, grinding this location out, wasn't able to find it. Oh, that one. Sorry, the Gratwood one. Good, we're actually in Gratwood. I'm gonna zoom the map out of this.
Someone left me dinner.
There's enough for all of us.
Vampire code here. Another thing I thought was going to be some kind of worm, a cult of the worm. Worm, cultist stuff. Design of the shrine seemed to be stone. Probably maybe a little bit of a reach, given that all we can see is a crosswork pattern on one of them. But I don't think you'd have bone with a crosswork pattern. Slow down for a bit. You've got the giant rock, a bunch of like trees, even some like that looks like a full tree. So it looks like this is on like a cliff face itself. Brings to mind these three things up here actually. There at the bottom. And again, no matter where I look, I'll never find this. I don't see any indication of a place looking down over something that looks similar to this. There's plenty of places on the map that look like they should be the right looking. Actually, predicting the results has not been fruitful. I got every other treasure map within a few minutes in Gratwood. I did even better on High Isle. Why are we getting stuck here? The wrong place. I know where I am. Do I have to head south? Alright. I'm gonna take a really quick break because I need to go to the restroom again. So we're going to enjoy the lovely sounds of this loot. And I will be back shortly. I shouldn't be too long. Let me get the screen up. Back to blundering around in treasure. Alright, I'll be back very soon. Maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And we'll go back to trying to get into this delve. I think by the time I get back, that time will have expired, and I'll fast travel up to the Gratwood Elden Root City, and we'll travel down to the delve from there and get the Scar Shard and the first skill point of the day. don't have the timer up because I'm not using my regular AFK screen. It's the temp one. I'm going to use the temporary one when in-game music is playing or when I have music playing over the top. My regular AFK screen has its own music. Which of course would clash with this amazing loop. I really like the playable music and I want to get an S-Raj. I think that look, that's not how you pronounce it. I want to get the KHAJIIT guitar that you sit down to play. But that's a loot box item, so it's gonna be down to RNG and actually buying stuff to see if I can even get it. Either way. Ooh, you know why I'm not earning drops? Because I'm not watching myself on my phone. I need to watch myself on my phone to earn drops. There's no way I would have gone 6 hours in Elder Scrolls, 7 hours after Ring of Pain. No way I should not have got one. Let's log in. Just sit there on my phone, shall we? Okay. You will have to replace your front fan. Need to get the Arctic Tornado. I've heard good things about Arctic. Personally, I'm biased towards Noctua. Even with that stinky brown colours, I do like the brown. The brown colour warmed on me. I like the brown colours. Noctua have just been good to me. They've been kind. You found out where the treasure is? I do not want this map spoiled. At this point, finding this map has almost become its own point of pride. Spite is the right term, actually. I'm doing this out of spite for having covered the entire map, even prior to doing these treasure hunts, and still not knowing where it is. Do you think it's that thing? Hang on. This screenshot. There's no tree nut houses, right? There's a waterfall in the background. There is a shrine, but it's lopsided. Okay, hang on. We might have to try and find out where that is. In the meantime, though, we're going to go south of the Delve. I don't see... Oh, hang on. Am I greedy? I might be greedy. While these load in. I don't think that's what we were seeing. I don't think. And there's definitely either very well hidden houses or no houses. Photo. No implication that there's a waterfall either. See, okay, if that screenshot, the loading art, was this place, it is so visibly different in this that I'm not sure. I will say though, there has been one treasure chest I did give up on before. I gave up because it didn't exist.
You have business here?
I looked, and I knew I was in the spot it was meant to be. I knew I found the spot, and I could not line up the treasure chest picture, no matter where I positioned myself. And I found out it was because the map didn't exist. There was no position from that map. The map, seemingly what happened was that map is in the game from back when I was playing all the way in 2014. I might have got that map. And then after getting that map, it seems that the actual landscape changed to accommodate for a couple of dungeons in the game. So my map was no longer accurate. That's my theory, because I can't imagine they've just left a map all this time with the old image attached to it. A little ancient elf already in. I need... Ancient elf. Vanishing. That's cheap. Wax radish. Triune ring. Dare I? Already that I'm even thinking. Platinum necklace. I don't even know that one of those might have been. That's it. We're not buying more. That's it. What did I need though? I needed this Dawn Prism, but I don't need 40 of them. I can only afford one. For 20k! Hey, deal. Done. I can now make my first triune here.
The Black Sap Rebellion is all but gone. I heard the Vine Dusk Rangers used a mercenary to shut them down.
Come on, bud. We're going down south. Away from Elden Root so that you can actually load in. I'm capable of jumping up slightly. You know what I think is going to annoy me more than most about the treasure chest though? Is that for all of the effort I do put in, I think the part that's going to annoy me is that I will just stumble across it randomly. Now, for what it's worth too, I'm not ruling out the fact that there might be these things here. I don't think they're alien, but the crest, the head, the way they're shaped, does make me think it might be a destroyed alien well. To be fair, destroyed alien wells should be fairly easy to see, even from the zoomed out map. They're fairly large, fairly circular. The only variance is going to be if they're destroyed. For example, you probably find an alien well, ironically not at any of the large places. You know what, Gloria. No, that's the shrine to what's her name, isn't it? No, that's the shrine to what's her name. That's, oh, no. Okay, that's the dungeon. That's the keep. That's the shrine to Azura. I think it's Azura. Azura Star? Azura? Oh, might be Azura. Ironically, I'm not seeing what else. I know there's 3 I've run across because I've eaten. Whoa, that's one of them. Buildings here, similar to the ones here. Not big enough. Again, assuming it's destroyed alien. Seems like a bit of a leap. Just because some of the architecture looks kind of loosely similar.
Your gold looks better in our vault.
I don't want hints though. I want hints. I'm gonna solve this the old-fashioned way. I don't want to know where it is. if I was gonna Google, I would have done it about 15 weeks ago when I was in Gratwood doing these the first time around. I caved on one, and in hindsight, I think that was justified because that one map no longer exists in the game. It was outdated by about 7 years. So if I ever get to the point where I genuinely am in the place, 100% guaranteed beyond a doubt, and I know that, and I still can't do it, whoops, I mean, actually, I never did check the wiki for the... The wiki usually has, oh, I don't have Ember out. The wiki usually has the maps you get in-game, so I can check whether or not the map I get in-game is the same as the one on the wiki. I could actually check if it's legit that way. This one is legit though, because oops, because I only got the Gratwood map while I was here in Gratwood a couple of months ago. The one I had... Where was the last one I had that was not legitimate? It wasn't Beatnik, was it? I might be able to check for a little bit.
Go around!
I'm free. I'm in your debt.
Oh, okay, bye. There we go. Spy Shot Collector in Gratwood.
I can't remember her name. The pretty one.
Talk to the scholar. Okay. Next on the list, then. Elsewhere, Strathmakai and Somerset. Now, these two ones from Somerset, the first one we found super easy. I love how there's blood on the map. The second Somerset map is a bit more ambiguous. And this one has been another one that has so many key indicators, and yet I can't figure it out. There's a barnacle next to a river. And yet I can't figure out if this is facing inland or outland without the sea. The only thing I have to go off of is this weird mountain range / treetops silhouette here. And then the spike of the tower. Go over to Somerset. All of the major cities have spikes. So Shimmerine has a spike. You've got one over here. Spike. And Alenor has a spike.
What's a little extortion among friends?
But I think what we need to look for instead is like a singular spike with the silhouette of the background. What's tricky is doing that while also being in a riverbed facing towards that city / building. Sunhold, I don't think would be.
Killing is wrong.
But you do have rivers on here and here. Mountain range there. But I don't think Sunhold has spire. Easily visible. That's probably the only place I haven't checked. But Strasmakai, tiny island. I actually, you know what? I know where that is. Strasmakai. Which island is it? Is it south? North. I also have a thing here. I think it's there.
Failure is success.
I can't read a map, but I'll find it physically and I'll know. I think it might be south. We'll check. Either way, if it's not here, we head west and we pick up the hunting. No. What is this No, okay. This isn't. It's barely what the map shows. Well, if the map is that different inside, I know it has a building on it. It might be that. I don't think it's this one. Definitely. And it doesn't have a way shrine on it. Crashed through the Saints Pool. One city. Let's go get the boat. The north. Maybe we go around the north. More dragons. This is nice. Thanks. Hang on. We're not gonna make that. We'll just portal to the south side and run there. We only have the 3 shrines, don't we? That's a This place could have really done with a 4th extra shrine, just to make travel a little less. I mean, there's the whole west side of the map that you just fast travel. I guess to a certain more Dragonthorn. To a certain point, a lot of it is blocked off by geometry. So if we go here, all of this is not traversable. The beach is. This is just cliff. Came here, and you've got the city, and then the road north to the next city, and then the road north up here, and the last way shrine. But this bit here, this area could have done with a way shrine, I think. I don't think that's too controversial to say you could have put one out here on the island. And we'll see if I actually have guessed correctly this time or if we're still wrong and have to go to the 3rd location. The other island was the one down south here. That looks way too massive. It's got a whole boat. I don't remember a boat, but I do remember a stone building. Can't read a map. Saved my life. You know what all those things I put back into the mailbox were? Not these. They were the ones I actually wanted kept out. Could have been a way shrine though. But if I'm not mistaken, we're standing there in that wreckage. That's the pillar. Treasure should be with eyesight.
I would have never seen anything like this if I'd stayed at Tor Dreyog.
Oh, it's not glittering. The treasure chest's not glitter. We already have a scry here, don't we? Oh, it's annoyingly far away. So is the way shrine, generally speaking. Flower? Ingredients here. So, don't have a craft table. Crackle on though. Apparently this place is where you need to be to find certain things that are rare for crafting. Is it amber dust or something? This place does seem like super high geared. Like all of these, Pillage Nikruk's Mine, Anka Ras, Aval, Felskar, all of these are world bosses and world dungeons and events that almost require you to have a team. Like you have to go there physically. They're not part of a queue or anything. There's no magical find me a group. It seems like you need to come here with the group. I think we did the arena. Wasn't that with Dark Raiden? What's next? We have Somerset. I've not been to Ellsworth. Got Northern and Southern. And the two ones we have are Southern, and we're not going to know anywhere in this place, are we? Unless they show a city, we are going to be a bit unlikely to find any of those. Alakir Woodworker Survey. Interesting. Look here. So it's like here. And I have two in Ribbonspire. I think I know Ribbonspire. Up here. No, surprisingly. East March and the Rift. Stone Falls and the Shadow for Blackwood. Yeah. Riven Spire, it was here, I just lost over it. And we have... How does this work? I might have to bank one of these because we have two on us at the same time and I don't think that... I'll bank one. Well, this will actually be an interesting way to test. I don't need a terrible amount of woodworking mats. So I'm happy to burn one of these to see if it actually does work. I want to take one and bank the other.
It is good to be red.
So, no, it miscellaneous trophies. Split the stack. Bank one. We will go to the location, we'll collect everything, which will consume the survey report. Then, take it out of the bank and see if they respawn. What I also want to do is grab these ring triad. I can't do it for 10 days. I did the trio. I need trade mode, but I only have 17,000. Are you selling? You're not selling any of them. Sapphire. The intrinsic trade. Jewelry. These 64 each. I don't have a lot of intrinsic. I feel like I can do better than that. Maybe not. Maybe not. Eat Soul Shriven and Dark Brother. We got a Dawn Prism! We can make a single crafting item with the tree entry. Go up.
Fear not, Featherless.
20,000. Both of them ring. One bloodthirsty one. You know what we need to do? We need to find a bank. So we're heading south. There's the square thingy, there's that. We are off. I'm almost not expecting the thing to spawn. But I really need to find out if I can just pick up another one of the sheets immediately after it. where one is. There's another. Ruby Ash. Nothing special about it. Ditto. Did I? Okay. This isn't the place, clearly. Feels like the place. Third set of Ruby Ash I found. Guess no one just comes up here. That's the only thing I can think of, is that no one comes up here to check. Hang on. Where is my world? I cannot get inside. I need Antiquarian I need Scrying 5 for Antiquarian Insight 3. Flame. Oh, fast. Not sure. I'm sorry. Not what I already do. I am all that touch what area control as well as match. Directly adjacent. Doesn't seem very. I want that one. Makes things easier. This way. Things like. This. I'm getting super hungry and I have to convince myself. Why is that my standpoint? I kick smoking like the easiest thing you'd ever consider. Like cold turkey, didn't think twice about it, just boom, gone, don't smoke anymore. And yet I have to give myself the pep talk to not go get a burger. Ridiculous. It's so much easier with that skill. Where are we going? North. No, thank you. So there's wood caches over here. You just have to go properly into town.
He goes to the city just for the pickpockets.
Let's need a log for a different name. A set. No matter where. Stool though. getting a ton of mundane runes. Ah! Alright. Pristine ruby ash. 15. I kinda wanna... Look, it's a conundrum, because I kinda just wanna go get a coffee. Just take out. Nothing super expensive. I know the food is gonna put me to sleep. The warm milk from the coffee will put me to sleep. And I should be sleeping because it's almost 3 in the morning. All in all, not bad. I don't need any takeout. What I do need is food because I'm still hungry. I can't just magically not be hungry. Okay, but we used survey. Baron.
Fear not, Featherly.
Give me that. So they didn't spawn back in, but I still have it. Let's see. What is that terrifying noise? Activate. It's here. It's not here. The despawn and reload the area. Interesting. But I do get to do it twice, apparently, unless there's a cooldown timer on the thing, perhaps. Maybe it makes sense that you can't do the same thing twice in one day. There's not really been much of that exampled elsewhere in the game. I never really properly actually...
You stomp around like a wounded guar. Do you want the enemy to eat us?
I can... I don't know if I'm far enough away for that to despawn. I don't think I was. More ruby ash. This place is just full of logs. I know I picked that up, game. Don't lie to me. I picked that up. Thank you. It took so long to load in the noise. Ah! I did deload it and reload it. There you go. You can split the stack. Maybe you don't have to. Maybe they've got a mechanic for not having two of the same crafting. The crafting survey in the same inventory. But doesn't matter. Split the stack, get twice as much, guaranteed. Whatever the mechanic may be for having both on you at the same time. Not a bad haul. Couple of 100 ruby ash. Put some more up for super cheap, shall we? Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll put some up for so cheap. We have a bank. Alright. We don't have a recall price anymore. I need to figure out what I'm actually... I'm going to have to, at some point, start collecting more sky shards. I want to do... Hang on, let's have a look. Southern Elsewhere is where the treasure maps are. I want to do Southern Elsewhere's sky shards. There are 6 sky shards? Only 6. Fine, 6 is fine. Just means we move on to a different location sooner, and on the off chance that we actually do manage to find one of those treasure chests. Win-win. I am very happy. Let's read some of the clues to the sky shards. we're in fancy armor. That's someone else. First of all, bank. I'm gonna grab.
What do you want?
Be left alone. Woodworking. We have 495 rough ruby ash, which sells for market madness price. 2 sales, 400 items in the last 2 months at 20 each. Not bad, not bad. What's the actual plate go for? Ruby ash. Hey. Oh, 950. Goes for half. We'll take 200 of these. 200 of... Yay. Something else reasonably pricey we can put up for cheap. Reasonably pricey.
Do not want to get on my bad side.
It's very rare you have enough of something good enough this in quantities enough. Stacks. Just the furnishing material. Bonanza price listing at 7.5, suggested is 10, average is 50. Selling anything positioning wise. It would be so easy to get rid of the Orbic Amber, but I've got 2 in a fortnight's worth of Sigic portals. Depressing. 9 listings, 1,560 items. Seems like it's balanced somewhere in the middle of favoring 8, and some people have gone for 10. 6 sales, 1,200 items in the last 50 days, 11. Grab one of these. And a cooter. I don't think my prices for the cooter are bad. I think they're old and people aren't browsing that far in Cameo Trade Center. Hey, you know what's sad? I've already forgotten in like the 4 minutes since you popped into chat whether or not I've said hello. But welcome in, Watkins.
I don't care to know where or how our clients get their gold or precious items. All I care about is making sure they...
Sales. I felt like I said hello. I forgot if I did actually say hello or just imagined it. So I might have said hello twice or only once. I don't know. Alright. You know what I think we need to end on though when we do these? $3,500. I will undercut my own market. How's that? What's the actual market for it? Suggested is 3,500, 26 sales at 66 items in the past 2 months at. My prices are fine. I don't need to undercut. They're already in high demand at that price. I just need to keep listing things so that they don't get stale. Tempering alloy goes for suggested 7.7. 8 sales, 19 items, averaging 9. I'll go 8. The only thing that shoots me in the foot is a guildmate. Is a guildmate buying the stuff? If a guildmate buys it, they're likely not going to buy the trash low-level gear I'm trying to peddle. 20. Am I undercutting this to 10? For 2,000? Is that how low I'm undercutting? Just to get someone in? We'll go 3,000. 15. I'll undercut a little. Not so much. I'm poor. I haven't sold Kuta. Oh, Drew wax. Oh lord, I haven't sold Drew wax. Brow wax? What's that? There you go. I could place a couple of those up for sale. What is it? Clothing? Lord knows I'm never gonna make gold clothing items. Materials, split. I think I have enough space to sell these one at a time, which might be annoying, but what's also annoying
depositing gold
is only having enough money for one of something, and you need that one of something, and they're in stacks of like 20. I feel like it's the lesser evil just to put them up like this. I'm gonna go 16k, all of them. And I'll actually have close to 100 by the time all of those sell. Anything sells. Throwing all of that up simultaneously. No, it's fine. It's fine. I can throw them all up at the same time because the Drew wax is there purely to make money. Everything else is there to entice peddling for mats so that I can sell the crap I don't need. I say that, but... Have a look. $20 days ago, so I started listing things 27 days. This, interestingly, suggested is 1, but it's selling at 18. Why is this suggested? So terrible. That's not a bonanza price for the listing. That's an actual sale price from Master Merchant. Either way, I put all these up, dwarven ingots, they sold like hotcakes before. Game at 30. That's a bonanza price. I don't know what I listed it at. Oh, total price. Okay. I might be that bonanza price. KHAJIIT I know sellers at that price. Whatever I put it at. Looks like... What have I put that up as? 15? That doesn't seem... That seems like a typo. Mundane ruins. They'd be good to sell. The Kuta. A lot of stuff sells the moment you put it up. But a lot of this stuff, I had a dead period. This period here, with all of these things, nothing sold. I might have logged in at a really dumb hour of the day though. Logging in now and posting is way more likely I feel to get. I'm gonna have to play it like that. Market open, market closed. Log in the morning, post your things, and then post again a couple of hours later. It's probably going to be my cycle. If I'm logging in at off hours in the dead of European night, I don't think I should be managing and putting up. Because so much of this just got ignored. I think the Kuta is still there, the KHAJIIT is still there, and I know the KHAJIIT sells at that price. It has before. Either way, what are we doing here? Southern Elsewhere? What is that? It just says dragon. Oh, is that the game? Is that the Elsewhere world boss equivalent? It just says dragon. I guess that's because, yeah, Elsewhere says, oh, the dragon faded. Oh. What? Going south. That's terrifying. I didn't expect him to move. Those things move? That's actually kind of terrifying. forget. I never did put my research stuff, did I?
But we all need roots.
Okay. Jewelry is set for the entire 10 days. We have woodworking. This was missing something. 10 days on a bow. Deal. And we have another 5 days on a restoration staff. I gotta burn that, don't I? Don't I? We'll leave it. We might be able to actually remedy some stuff. Get some more sales going. Nothing to research. Nothing to research. Speaking of nothing to research, what do we have to do here? Compared to what? 160 helmet. I don't have anything else from that set. It doesn't look like a set for me. This is health, armor, armor, health, and limb. Radio station. I think we have a researcher in a way. Now, well fitted, invigorating, reinforced. I have to think about this not just based on enchantment, but based on part. Having two sturdies doesn't matter. It's not sorting by apparel, it's sorting by part. Oh, I've been doing this wrong this whole time. Reinforced and impenetrable. I've been doing this wrong this whole time. Disenchant anything at an alchemy station. What? Oh, that's it. Blacksmith, jewelry, woodworking, clothier. Oh, that's all of the set pieces, so I think that's all of the decon stuff. Now, what am I actually doing here? Southern Elsewhere treasure map. Giant rock, a giant cliff. And building in the background behind tree line filled with jaggy rocks. I don't feel like we're doing anything there. We don't have a survey here, do we? So what did we come here for? These, overlooking the coast southeast of Doomstone. Lurking inside a burnt ruin in West Central, where the water falls in the western plains, where falling water meets the natural arch of east of Black Heights. Across a red bridge in Moonlit Cove, within the lower tunnels of Forsaken Citadel. So the bottom two appear to be elves.
taking longer than I thought.
Southgard Ruins Way Shrine. Western Plains Way Shrine. That's that one. We'll head there. Black Heights, Pride Home, and Dragon Guard Sanctum. I think I've been to. That's 100% a way shrine though. That. Never been to elsewhere before in my life. Oh, speaking of having... I'm sorry, what? Speaking... No, even following through on the... That didn't make sense, even having said it out loud. Lurking inside a burned ruin, West Ascension. Oh, I found it. It's the first one down. 5 to go. Apparently we steal from the burned place. Onwards. I keep seeing not wormwood here. These spiky plants are driving me insane. They look so similar to wormwood, it's actually... Off we go. Due west. Am I actually wrong? Oh, no, don't mind me. Going this way. Angry? Really? That shouldn't have hit me. Come on. Silly. Oh, whatever. I didn't want the platinum anyway. I stand corrected. There's no way shrine here. It's showing up on the map then. Bizarre. There is one. Alright, if that's not one, I'll log off there and then we'll call it. If that's an away shrine. All or nothing. Honestly, it might be a bit of a curse if it actually does turn out to be one. Maybe I should bet the other way. If it is a way shrine, we log off. If it isn't, we have to keep playing. Honestly, that works better. Because if it is an away shrine, I kind of still need to go find a way shrine. I'm not, like, logging out and logging back in exactly where you stand is one thing, but I do really sort of want a place to jump back and forth to if I do my crafting. Which I normally do log back to High Island, go to that crafting area building. Gala? Hello? Whatever it may be called, I usually log out in the crafting space in High Isle. Got everything where I need. The deposit boxes are super close by, and the job boards are right out the front door. I need to get. I need Ember back. Forgotten Maine. At least going for a short trip around southern Elsewhere isn't the worst, because I'll discover some of the locations I'll be going to referenced by name in a couple of these treasure maps. You know this place. There's 4 plaques. I think Prime has all 4. I read them all at his place. Where are we actually going? Due north, east-ish, due northeast. I don't think that's how due works. Hello. Hey, is it getting a little laggy here? Alright, I've settled on it. If it's a way shrine, then we log out. Promoter scrolls, but I do admit I do have some other things to do before we drink today. Ha ha ha! I called it. So we know what they look like on the map now, at least. Means out of this one and the next it's there. So we've marked it on the map. Let's head back to High Isle. We'll go... We're already lagging. Let's just jump straight into Gonfalon Square. Run over to the crafting station. Check if the jobs have refreshed. If they haven't. Side. If they have refreshed, I guess we're doing a slight bit more busy work. Itchy! I didn't realize your name was normally blue. You've been streaming for nearly 10 hours? Am I sane? I don't think those two things are related. Yes, I've been streaming for 10 hours. Next question. We're ending soon. I've got a couple of things I need to do, and I'm going to jump over and quickly check the rest of my dailies. I didn't even do my daily dungeon, which is fine. I don't need XP. I need a point. Hey! Nice timing. There's the motivation to play at midnight onwards, actually. You can get 2 crafting routes done in the same period of time. But that only works once every 48 hours, because I'm doing the dailies twice, just at the turn of the clock. Of course, that's not going to work if I log back in midnight the next day, because I've already done those dailies the morning. We need great sword, sabatons, and gauntlets.
Oh, drink. Oh, and say. Oh, drink. Only water and milk. Else bones be weak. Like in Skyrim. Oh, water is health is fuck bitch. You better drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch. Oh, drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch. Oh, drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch. Oh, drink. Water drink. Water drink. Water bitch.
We've done blacksmithing. We're done. Okay, alchemy is already done. That's the third day in a row where I've just rocked up with a completed writ. We've already got garlic corn chowder too. Just complete. Ready to go. I suppose it kind of makes sense because I do have the duplicate cooking output. So you get more per craft is enabled, but only for food, not for drink. Kind of makes sense. Same with potions. I make 4 potions and 16 poisons per craft. But thank you for the hydrate, Itchy. You know what I think we need? Because I haven't streamed in a very long time. Oh, this week. Prior to this week. I miss hearing my board dance, okay? We need more board dance. Hunting. Oh, you know what's even better? Now we get to actually pine for a master writ. I think the first one you hand in for the day might have the master writ, and we're going to test this out. Now I have a little fish. Why not? But I get so worried about add-ons being TOS breaking, but we're just gonna open. There we go. Where'd my mouse go? Blacksmith Survey Craglorn 1. Script Jelly Spider Egg, those are good. Recipe Millet and Beef Stuffed Peppers, already got them years ago. Shipment of cloth, shipment of planks, bunch of random garbage. Did we not get a master? None of these hiccups. Did we not get a master writ?
It is good to me.
You can go away. You can go away. I'll put one of those up before I log off. All of these are already known. No. I'll put that up. Where's the bound crown repair kit? Oh, I've already said. That's always been there. Don't. Is that a conniption? I need to get these soul gems done. Am I gonna have to put a random character? Because that's always annoying. No matter what character it's on, you don't want to equip Soul Trap. You do it for like a little bit. You collect up a bunch of empty soul gems and you go out and Soul Trap everything in a single dungeon. All the day. Oh, whoopsie daisy. Where are my surveys? Alchemist Survey in Stormhaven. Bancocore. Blacksmith Survey, Rothgar, Stormhaven, Reaper's March. Deshan. Crackthorn. I can't go to Cold Harbor. I'm saving off Cold. Gold Coast Treasure Map. Do. Northern Elsewhere. Treasure Map. Guess we already have the 2 Southern Elsewhere maps too. There we go. What else we endeavors? Kill 15 items in environments. Kill 10 vampires. Place 7 furnishings. Killed 2 public dungeon bosses investing cash. Excavate 15 antiquities. We're 5 through to that. Resets in 3 days. Wait. Deal 6,000 damage with siege weapons. I can do the antiquities one. But that is actually it for me. We're going to log out in Bayside Artisans and we're going to end on something I haven't streamed yet. La da da da, lean back. I'm not sure that's how that's meant to work. Oh. Okay. Well, I tried. That's the note we end on, isn't it? Oh, right. This out. Why did Elder Scrolls Online category not save? Have I been categoryless this whole time? Let's go with that.